Day morning. Another day. Let me get TikTok started. Keeping an eye on the news. Maduro and his wife are appearing at court today, this morning. Also, I'm going to keep an eye on the UN Security Council meeting, which starts at 10 a.m. I'm going to listen in on it. Can't necessarily show it on the screen, but I'm curious to see Russia, China, some of the other countries' response. Not that the paper tiger means much, but just curious to see their response. And we are now live on TikTok. Meanwhile, I got to convince Mom to go to her doctor's appointment this morning, which is never easy. Mine is tomorrow. Hers is at 2:30. Mine is at 12 tomorrow. And I need to see the doctor because I'm not feeling too well. A lot of things going on, to say the least. Okay, just getting all these pop-outs. It's funny, some of these influencers' titles for their stuff, it is just ridiculous. Oh my gosh. Venezuela freed. Freed of what? Minus Maduro, it's the same government. Freed of what? I'm seeing 2026 just got wild. Venezuela freed. Freed from what? That's such BS. You can get free from anything. He's now threatening the sitting president, the female president. Oh my gosh, it's just too ridiculous, some of this stuff. That's actually like real clickbait right there. Because that's not true. Bottom line. It's going to be really interesting. No, we're controlling their policy. No, we're running the country and their policy. I'm like, you people need to get your story straight here. What's going on? Because that is not making too much sense right now. At least be on the same page. And then now he's threatening Colombia. What did he say? He's sick. All this, and I'm like, I knew it. I'm not saying I'm for or against it. I'm just saying, Colombia. Where is Mexico in the narrative, though? Where is Mexico? Unless they're just keeping that on the low and doing it like a surprise thing. I guess we'll find out soon enough. Good. That one's working. Okay. I want to see if there's something going on that I heard. Is my fire on? Oh, not looking good. Not looking good. Let's get my fire going first. That would be important. Okay, let's see if that gets going. Not really. Yep, trying to keep my fire. I just started it because it's chilly. Get my fire going here in the wood stove. It is chilly morning. Alexa, what's the temperature?
It's 22 degrees right
22. That's more than just chilly. Okay, let's see if that fire gets going. But yeah, I'm going to tune in and listen to the United Nations Security Council meeting at 10. Can't watch it, but we can hear it. What's up, Deb? If you're still there on TikTok. So like I said, we'll keep an eye on the things that are going on. Looks like Tim Walz won't be rerunning because of the scandal going on in his state. What's up, Jake? Then I heard that we're sending troops to the UK. I don't know if that's true. There's a lot going on. I'm not sure what the heck is going on. Which is something I'm going to have to look into. Okay. I'm actually going to look at some news if that's true. That could be for Syria. I'm not sure. Oh, wow. So this is what's coming out of the UK. Britain stands with Greenland. Starmer pledges to stand by Denmark as Trump eyes Arctic island. The Prime Minister of the UK told LBC's political editor Natasha Clark that the country stands with Denmark, adding that it is important we are very clear about the future of Greenland. I'm trying to read his quotes. Denmark is a close ally of the UK in Europe and a close ally in NATO. And so it's very important we stand by our ally and are very clear about the future of Greenland. It's my consistent message in relation to Greenland that this is not a new position. The future for Greenland is for Greenland and the Kingdom of Denmark. We stand with Denmark on this. That's what the UK Prime Minister said. Because of the rhetoric coming from our side of the pond. So I don't know how that's going to go. They might talk the talk, but when it comes time to do something, I think the other countries are really concerned about what's going on. This is another thing I heard overnight. I don't know if it's true. Doing good, Jake. So this is what I heard, and it seems to be confirmed. on numerous articles. Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, reportedly has a plan to flee to Moscow if ongoing protests in Iran escalate and his regime's security forces are unable to maintain control. This escape plan includes a small group of close aides and family members, reflecting his concerns about the stability of his leadership amid growing unrest. I heard that last night, but it's confirmed. There's numerous articles on it. Could that just be speculation and maybe some propaganda going on? I don't know. But that's another thing I'm seeing a lot of articles on right now. And there's a lot of different articles coming from different angles on that. I know, right, Susie? Not even that. And how are you doing, Susie? I hope you're doing well. I've been saying that for months with the Venezuela thing. And I also said what it was about, oil. I was on the money before people were talking about it. Remember, I even wrote a song. Yeah, Starmer is the one that made the statement that I just read, Jake. You remember me talking about it, right? It's one thing when you, like I keep saying this, when you look at the statistics and the facts, because what was funny was the fentanyl question, then our vice president said, well, cocaine is bad too. Wait a minute. But I thought this was about fentanyl. And then the vice president says, well, cocaine is bad too. But how much of that cocaine is actually coming to the United States on those boats? He says it again, 97% of the... Going where? Here? I mean, don't get me wrong. The facts are Venezuela is a transit hub, mostly for cocaine. There's no doubt about that. And many view Maduro as being an illegitimate president. Don't get me wrong. I mean, Maduro's not a nice guy. But we need to have the facts in line here. You know, and I've been saying it about the oil companies and the people that are invested in the oil companies and the rhetoric coming out. I've been saying it, and who ended up being right? Me. I called this. I've been saying it for like 2 months. This is not about that because I did the research. And I found government documents that contradicted what was coming out by the administration on the drug thing, like what flows where, what comes out of where. When you see government reports that were written this year talking about the narco state international, and it has a complete different study about what's going on by our agencies, and they're talking something totally different, something's not right there. Because it really didn't have to do with that. It had to do with the oil. And I knew that. I knew it. That's what you told your son. I basically predicted it. And you know what? That's why doing research and finding facts and documents, not news articles, because there's always a spin. It's important to, when you say things, to put some factual basis behind it. Not speculation, not political, partisan views and opinions, because everybody does that. If I'm a Republican, I'm like, this had to be done. We got to stop these drugs from coming to the United States. Yes, I don't think anybody disagrees with that. But is that the true reason of what's going on? That's the question. I think anybody would say we don't want these drugs coming to the United States. And look at the addiction in this country. You got to remember, it's a supply and demand thing too. There are people here that are addicted. And like I keep saying, The majority of the stuff is coming through legal points of entry by legal U.S. citizens. And it's Mexico. But now, I mean, I've always said we need to stop the drugs from coming in. I'm not joking. I'm all for taking out their fields, the drug depots, the supply chain. I'm all for that. I'm all for it. But do it in the right way for the right reasons. That's like saying, if I don't like you and I don't like the way you deal, this is like sets a really bad precedent. If I don't like the way you treat us or deal with us, I'm just going to remove you from power. And I'm going to attack you. I just don't like the way you're dealing with us. Where does that line drawn? Because if you don't dislike, or I want this, I don't care what you say, I'm going to take it. And that's why people in certain parts of the world say the colonialists, they just want to take our land and take over. Well, that shit is spinning now, the way this is appearing. Remember, they voided those contracts that were done with those U.S. oil companies in Venezuela. Our position is, they stole it. That's our land in Venezuela. That's our oil. We're going to be the ones to control the oil. It sounds like when people were saying, we're invading Iraq to take their oil. Remember that? And he even said, the mistake we did in Iraq is we didn't take the oil. He even said that. So it's obviously about the oil. The largest oil reserve. And who gets to gain from that? American big oil companies. And I say this, don't take my word for it. It is almost equally the same. Democrats and Republicans investing or investments in stock with big oil companies. It's almost even. So you can't say this is a Republican thing or a Democratic thing because they're all in it with their pockets. Not all. A few on both sides are invested in this. So it's not even that, because many have to gain from, well, not, again, I don't want to use, I got to be careful on the words because I don't want to take it out of context. Some definitely have a lot to gain here in their pockets with their investments. It's almost like insider trading. Listen, we do this, you're going to make more money. We're going to increase their flow, production flow. Our companies are going to get in there. We're going to control where it goes, who it's sold to, how much we get. And then, because there is a legitimate legal issue with the oil companies about what happened in Venezuela when their contracts were void. But that's a legal issue that goes into a court system. At least that's the way the law should be. Not that you say, and we're going to get all the money back that they owe us from our losses, from our investments from the past. We're going to make them pay. I'm like, what? No, I'm not saying, again, you got to remember, he did mention it numerous times about the oil canvas and energy in our continent. It's about, now you could look at this like I've been saying a lot of different ways. Are you creating more security in our continent because of the influence of China, Russia, Iran, especially in South America? That's legit. That is legit. So is this going to make this continent, the Americas, stronger and safer? You have to look at that angle too, by pushing them out, because that's what they want. There's a lot of ways to look at this. Because like I was saying the other day with Cuba's economy is toast. Because they're not getting that revenue now from Venezuela. That's cut off. Whether it's oil or the people that they were paying from Cuba to come into Venezuela for security and all kinds of other issues. Cuba's economy, and they even asked the president, are you going to move in on Cuba? We don't have to. They're going to collapse on their own. And that is very possible. So this has a domino chain effect. Again, I look at this from multiple angles, not just one, because like I said, you could look at it from one perspective and then flip it to another perspective depending on how you view it. There's so many ways to look at this. It's not simple. Because like on one side, you could say what he's doing is securing the Americas by doing this. You know? They have a lot of minerals. And he even said that. Because I heard like what he said on the plane yesterday with the press. I actually heard it. And he says, rare earth, there's no such thing as rare earth. There's plenty of rare earth. It's the processing that's difficult. He said that yesterday, yesterday evening. Oh, there's plenty of rare earth, but it's the processing that we have to develop, and we are. Pretty much, I'm paraphrasing. And yes, you're right. Gold and other resources in Venezuela, of course. And it's in our backyard. Well, you know, I don't want to say our backyard, but it's not far away, right? How fast it was when they took Maduro and got him in New York City. How fast was that? If you think about it, from the point they took him, got him on the Iwo Jima, then got him here to New York. He landed right here, helicoptered him into the city, and then brought him into the detention center. That happened like crazy fast. I was like, wow. It is definitely the Monroe Doctrine, or the Donroe Doctrine. That's what people are saying now. Yes, exactly. And that actually, there was actually something that was created about what the U.S. policy would be moving forward. That actually came out, a month ago? About their intention, and that was part of it. John, that was part of it. It was in that thing that they put out, that the press put out like a month ago about the intention, and it definitely was the Monroe Doctrine. There's no doubt about it. You're spot on. And that came out like a month or so ago, so we knew what the intention was. And it's actually happening. That's a great point. I wouldn't be surprised if the Panama Canal for sure. Okay, like somebody, my friend said in here, Dusty, who's a veteran, and thank him for his service. He's a great guy. He made a great point, and I agree. What the United States, from a strategic point of view, is not a carrier like KJ said. Well, we have a carrier. The Gerald Ford is out there. That's not permanent. What they should do, if this is what we're going to do, is set up a base, a military base for the Air Force. I don't know necessarily about the Navy, but the Army, because we could set up stuff going on in Trinidad, Tobago, or nearby with the Navy. But we need to solidify a strategic point in Venezuela, because now you're in the middle of everything. Colombia, Panama, you can reach out without stretching our assets, and logistically, that would be strategically better. I'm just saying, if you're talking about that perspective, it makes sense that we have a base in Venezuela. Right? It would make sense strategically, because now you're at proximity close to strike anybody at any time. But before we get there, there's a lot that has to be done before that even happens. Because now she's defiant what's her name? Darcy? I can't remember her name. The new sworn in president, interim president of Venezuela. She's acting defiant. And what did he say? Oh, well, I'll come and get you too. And so many, I'm paraphrasing. If you don't follow, we're taking you out too. So we're just going to go in and keep taking out leaders until they appease what we want. Regime change on steroids. Oh my God. Boots on the ground no longer seem to be an issue for people? Really? You think this is... Do you know how many gorillas they have? And I mean, like, not the animal gorillas. In the jungles of Venezuela? And I can't remember what they're called. I can't remember the name of this group. They have quite a bit. Are we going to get into that kind of a situation? I'm reading everybody's comment. Tons tougher to fix them right away. Problems. Oh, definite. There's no doubt about that. Yep. That is... John, I swear. You're so spot on. Darcy Rodriguez, thank you. And yes, just like he was going to make Mexico pay for the wall. What's up, Storm Chaser? John says it's the modern Monroe Doctrine. U.S. gets Western Hemisphere. China gets Asia. Taiwan is definitely going this year. I hope I'm wrong, but I have a feeling Taiwan is done. Taiwan is done. China's taking Taiwan. Because if we started moving on all these other places here, like he's saying, there's no reason why China doesn't start cleaning up their backyard now. I wouldn't doubt that Putin goes all out on Ukraine now and tries to get Zelensky. Like literally. Tries to get Zelensky now. Well, if the United States can do it, why can't we? They tried though. Didn't work out too well for them. This is what I mean about setting a precedent. Because now other countries are looking at what we're doing and saying, shit, they're doing it. Why can't we? Nobody's saying anything to them. Like that. Like we're going to listen in 10 minutes. I have it ready. The UN Emergency Security Council meeting. I am so curious to see what these countries say. But we all know that the UN is a paper tiger. Really. Candace says, no problem for missiles to reach Florida from that. Yeah. Depending on missiles for their range. Correct. Yep, on Taiwan. Iran is shook. Oh, I'm reading about it now. Can you imagine the Supreme Leader's reaction? Like, don't call this man's bluff. Do not call the president's bluff. Look what happened in Venezuela. Cuba, I mean, all these countries, Colombia, Iran, everyone that he says something to, you better be on point. Because you could be next. And that definitely shook the Supreme Leader. But he was hiding in the bunker. He's hiding out. He's been hiding out now since this uprising started, what, 8-9 days ago? It didn't happen immediately, but they took him out of Tehran and brought him to Western Iran, and he's somewhere secured. And then he comes out of the hole to make a speech quick, and then he goes back into the hole. So he's on, like, he's definitely, would you say, a little bit concerned and nervous? Like I'm reading, Iran's Supreme Leader has a Moscow escape plan if protests topple, like the resistance, they can't control it. He's already got an escape plan to Moscow to go hang out with Assad and Putin. So you know that might go down. Now, do you know, and this is a fact, I'm not saying he's got to come out sometime. And yeah, Mike, it is. Do you realize the friendship and relationship that Netanyahu has with the crown prince, the exiled oldest son of the Shah. They're friends. They have pictures together. Israel, if you really go back to ancient times, the Jewish people had a relationship with the Persian people, going way back in time. This is the stuff we see in modern times is a little bit different, obviously, than what is historical. The Jewish people and the Persian people got along thousands of years ago. There was a relationship there. Go look it up. Go look at history. History is important. But could you imagine if in March is the Persian New Year. Could you imagine if Iran falls, the crown prince returns to take the throne as king of Iran, Persia? Can you imagine that scene in Tehran? The festivities and declaring peace with Israel, with the United States. Oh my gosh, that's gonna be cray-cray. And yes, you're always gonna have the radical Islamic extreme militia groups, I don't want to say other words, that are gonna try to undermine that or overthrow it again. You're always gonna have that risk because it exists. But my gosh, is that a game changer? Think about how it affects the proxies. Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis. Do you realize Saudi Arabia is making a move on Yemen? The Houthis are in deep trouble. Look what, people don't see what's going on. In Syria, yes, we're making relations and we're trying to establish relationships with the Syrian president. But, that's a big, big deal. Because the transit going from Iran through Syria to get to Lebanon to do that supply chain is cut off. The proxy supply is cut. That's the whole part of this. You still have to deal with ISIS or ISIL. But this is all happening strategically. Now, Israel is like, I said this, and I've been saying it. Israel was really literally about to do a preemptive strike on Iran to take out their rebuilding of missiles, ballistic missiles program. That's why he brought that up with the president, last week? Now Israel is like, whoa, the last thing we need to do is get involved with this. We need to just fall back and just look what happens here. We may not. Another thing, too, that people say, like, how is Israel helping us in our... Just think what Israel did in the 12-day war and took out a lot of their assets in Iran, including generals, commanding officers. They undermined Iran. Iran is so vulnerable right now. Israel actually helped the Iranian people, if you think about it. They weakened them, the IRGC, the command structure. Then they are weak right now, Iran. Yeah, they still got missiles and all this stuff. The thing that we have to worry about, would Iran do a preemptive strike on Israel to try to now have Israel retaliate so they can rally their people and take their focus about what's going over here with their protesting about inflation and the economy of Iran and their struggles without water and power and food, whatever, shortages. And now the people rally because while this is going on, Israel's they're attacking. Gotta be careful what Iran does here. They may try to force an issue so that Israel would retaliate and react, so they can try to re-sway the opinion of the Iranian people against Israel. In other words, take the shiny object and put it on this. We need to not focus now on the internal stuff that's going on in Iran. Israel's attacking us. Our sworn enemy, sworn by them. So you got to, this is delicate. Yeah, let's not forget what else Israel did during that 12-day war. So, again, Stalin predicted that the last World War would be between communist and Islamic countries because their strength came from ideology and the U.S. was only based on money. Well, isn't everything really based on money? Honestly. Look, like I said it and Susie knows. She's been, Susie knows I've been talking about. I said that Venezuela was all about oil 2 months ago. When all this boat strikes and I started doing the research, it didn't make sense. And look, it really is about the oil. Regardless of what people might think, it really is about the oil. They're so thirsty to get that oil and send our companies in and spend billions of dollars to rebuild it out of his own mouth. Get our companies back in there, start getting that flow out, and recompensate us for our losses of what they did to us, stole our land, and stole our oil. We're going to get recompensated for that. And we're going to start putting out a lot more flow, and we're going to sell to everybody. It's going to benefit the Venezuelan people. It's going to benefit us. So, and the minerals, and the resources, like somebody brought up in chat, it's not just about the oil. And he mentioned it yesterday. I gotta go to the doctor tomorrow. There's no such thing as rare earth. There's plenty of rare earth. It's the processing that's the problem. Because somebody asked him, well, what about the minerals? Oh, yeah, that's part of it, too. Absolutely. I was in Hilton on a sub, Tomahawk. From there, we declare war on Oklahoma, no lie. Missiles have a longer range currently. Not to mention drones and military can carry a human now across any surface, air, water, land. Candace, I did not know that about you. And I said that earlier already, Jem. You could look at it that way, to push out the influence of China, Russia, and Iran. There's no doubt about it. No doubt about it. In the Western Hemisphere, in the Americas. No doubt about that. That's one way to spin it. There's no doubt. We don't want their influence in our backyard. Absolutely not. That's for sure. Again, there's many ways to look at this. And it is definitely what John Osteen said. This is the Monroe Doctrine 2.0. That's exactly what it is. Did you ever read the Monroe Doctrine? I did. And if you read it, you see that's clearly what the agenda is right now, the objective. There's no doubt. It's like, whoa. So, oh my God, my fire's going out. Oh no, it's still alive. It's not all based on money. For centuries, we told civilization was a result of agriculture and domesticating animals. Then we found Göbekli Tepe, ideology drives the train. It does. Ideology does. Because if you look at it, isn't there some sort of weaponization of religion right now being used? It's definitely used politically right now. No? Christians under attack? Nigeria? Of course it is. That's part of it too, John, for sure. No doubt. It is definitely an ideological war too. No doubt. Not going to show his hand on minerals. And did you see what he said too last night? Because they asked him the question about that. When Putin told him the next day on a phone call after meeting with Zelensky, and he was meeting with Netanyahu about the alleged attack near Putin's residence, and the president says, no, that's not true. He said it yesterday. Something happened. in the distance. But no, it's not true. And then they asked him, well, why did you say that after the call that Putin told you and you were very angry? Well, I didn't know at the time. That's what he said. He said this last night. That's why I said when that happened, what you need to say is, well, I will have to see if that's an actual credible account. We'll look into the details, and in a future briefing, we'll discuss that. But right now, I don't have all the facts and data and intelligence on that to verify that that actually occurred. That's what you say. Because you just don't go based on a phone call with Putin, and Putin tells you this, and you're going to say, oh, that I'm very, very angry at if that's the case. And then somebody, I mean, give me a break. Handle the question better, tactfully. Well, I just got off the phone with Putin. He told me this, but I just found out. I'm going to have to look into it. Alexa, stop. Alexa, stop. I'm going to... Alexa, stop. I'm going to have to talk to my administration officials, security, whatever, intelligence. So I cannot confirm or deny what he's saying. He just told me. That's the right way to do it. Something like that. Not the way he does it. Yeah, his tact is terrible. Terrible. He just, you know what it is? He's very impulsive.
It's 24 degrees
Alexa, stop.
in Newburgh. Today's high will be
Alexa, stop.
With a...
And yes, there's no doubt that every American should be proud of our armed forces. Regardless if you're for or against it, they need our support. They are doing what they're being told to do by the commander-in-chief. And they performed flawlessly. And thank God no one was unalived, because I'm on TikTok. Minor damage to our craft and minor injuries. What I saw is that those that were injured are in stable and good condition. That's what I read. So thank God for that. They're doing their duty for us, for our country. Whether you agree or disagree with it, they're doing their duty as ordered. And it was incredible. Incredible. Well done. Well done. Yeah. You see, you hear her? You hear it? Okay, so now I got to keep an eye. I want to see if it's happening. They're getting ready to meet the Emergency Security Council. We're going to tune into this to see, because this is an Emergency Security Council meeting over Venezuela. United States, Bahrain, China, Colombia's there. Can you only imagine what's going to be said here? UK, I'm looking around the table. I am sure that we might be able to actually show this because this is a UN feed. I mean, this is public domain. This is the UN. I mean, give me a break. If I get hit for this, that's pretty sad. Because this is public domain. And they're about to start. I think we should listen into this. They're all getting seated. I'm curious to see what they say, but again, does it really, really matter? Does it? It's a paper tiger. There's no real power here. They can complain and moan and all that, but does anything ever come out of these meetings? You know what I mean? Does anything really? No. I'm going to see if what's going on. Let's put the audio. It's going to start very soon. All right, it hasn't started yet. I want to hear this. I'm just curious to see the global reaction sitting around that table about what happened. I'm really curious. You know what Russia's opinion is going to be. You know what China and Colombia. Uh-oh, they're getting ready. So I'm going to be quiet. Here they go. Sounds like something in school when you hear it over the PA. Ding, ding, ding. The morning announcement. Oh my gosh.
Good morning, everybody. The 10,085th meeting of the Security Council is called to an order. As this is the first formal meeting of the Security Council this year, I should like to extend my warm wishes on the new year to all members of the Security Council, the United Nations, and the Secretariat. In presiding over this first formal meeting of the Council in 2026, I'm happy to welcome the new members, Bahrain, Colombia, Democratic Republic of Congo, Latvia, and Liberia. We look forward to their participation in the work of the Council. Their experience and wisdom will be invaluable assistance in the discharge of the Council's responsibility. I shall also take this opportunity to express the Council's gratitude to the outgoing members, namely Algeria, Guyana, Republic of Korea, Sierra Leone, and Slovenia, for their important contributions to the work of the Council during their terms. I shall also like to take this opportunity to pay tribute on behalf of the Council to His Excellency, Mr. Samuel Zobogar, a permanent representative of Slovenia, for his service as the President of the Council for the month of December. I'm sure I speak for all members of the Council in expressing deep appreciation to Ambassador Zobogar and his team for this great diplomatic skill with which they conducted the Council's business last month. The provisional agenda of this meeting is the threat to international peace and security. The agenda is adopted. In accordance with Rule 37 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite the representatives of Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Cuba, Eritrea, Islamic Republic of Iran, Mexico, Nicaragua, Paraguay, South Africa, Spain, Trinidad and Tobago, Uganda, and the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela.
Do any of those names
participate
surprise
in this
you, of
meeting.
those countries?
It's so decided. In accordance with Rule 39 of the Council's Provisional Rules of the Procedure, I invite the following briefers to participate in this meeting. Ms. Rosemary DiCarlo, the Undersecretary General for the Political and Peace-Building Affairs. Mr. Jeffrey Sachs, President of UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network and Director of Center for Sustainable Development at Columbia University, and Ms. Mercedes de Freitas, Founder and Executive Director of Transparencia Venezuela. It's so decided. Security Council will now begin its consideration for item 2 of the agenda. I now give the floor to Ms. Rosemary DiCarlo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today, I'm going to deliver a statement from Secretary General Antonio Guterres, who is not able to be here this morning. Mr. President, members of the Security Council, we meet at a grave time following the 3 January United States military action in the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. The broad outlines of the events of Saturday have been widely reported. Early that day, U.S. forces were active across Caracas and in the northern states of Miranda, Aragua, and La Guaira. The extent of casualties resulting from these actions remains undetermined. In a statement on social media on Saturday, President Donald Trump announced the conduct of a, I quote, large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, President Nicolas Maduro, end quote. During a press conference on Saturday, President Trump stated, and I quote again, "We are going to run the country until such time that we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition," end quote. The government of Venezuela has characterized the United States' action as a military aggression carried out in civilian and military areas and as a flagrant violation of the Charter, posing a threat to international and regional peace and security. As we speak, President Maduro is being held in New York, accused by U.S. authorities, along with his wife, Celia Flores, of serious criminal offenses. What is less certain is the immediate future of Venezuela. I am deeply concerned about the possible intensification of the instability in the country, the potential impact on the region, and the precedent it may set for how relations between and among states are conducted. Mr. President, the situation in Venezuela has been a matter of regional and international concern for many years now. Attention on the country only grew following the contested presidential elections in July 2024. The panel of electoral experts I appointed at the Venezuelan government's request to accompany the elections highlighted serious issues. We have consistently called for the full transparency and the complete publication of the results of the elections. As reported to the Council on 23 December, the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights has cataloged serious violations. On 3 January, Venezuelan interim President Delcy Rodriguez invoked an emergency decree throughout the national territory, extending additional security powers to the government. Mr. President, the latest developments follow a period of heightened tensions beginning in mid-August, as discussed in this Council on 2 previous occasions. I have consistently stressed the imperative of full respect by all for international law, including the Charter of the United Nations, which provides the foundation for the maintenance of international peace and security. I remain deeply concerned that rules of international law have not been respected with regard to the 3 January military action. The Charter enshrines the prohibition of the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state. The maintenance of international peace and security depends on the continued commitment of all member states to adhere to all the provisions of the Charter. Mr. President, Venezuela has experienced decades of internal instability and social and economic turmoil. Democracy has been undermined. Millions of its people have fled the country. The situation is critical, but it is still possible to prevent a wider and more destructive conflagration. I call on all Venezuelan actors to engage in an inclusive, democratic dialogue in which all sectors of society can determine their future. This entails the full respect of human rights, the rule of law, and the sovereign will of the Venezuelan people. I also urge Venezuela's neighbors and the international community more broadly to act in a spirit of solidarity and in adherence to the principles, laws, and rules erected to promote peaceful coexistence. I welcome and am ready to support all efforts aimed at assisting Venezuelans in finding a peaceful way forward. Mr. President, Excellencies, in situations as confused as complex as the one we now face, it is important to stick to principles. Respect for the UN Charter and all other applicable legal frameworks to safeguard peace and security. Respect for the principles of sovereignty, political independence, and territorial integrity of states. The prohibition of the threat or use of force. The power of the law must prevail. International law contains tools to address issues such as illicit traffic in narcotics, disputes about resources, and human rights concerns. This is the route we need to take. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank Ms. DiCarlo for her briefings. I now give the floor to Mr. Jeffrey Sachs.
Mr. President, distinguished members of the Security Council, the issue before the Council today is not the character of the government of Venezuela. The issue is whether any member state, by force, coercion, or economic strangulation, has the right to determine Venezuela's political future or to exercise control over its affairs. This question goes directly to Article 2, Section 4 of the United Nations Charter, which prohibits the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state. The Council must decide whether that prohibition is to be upheld or abandoned. Abandoning it would carry consequences of the gravest kind. Let me offer some background. Since 1947, the United States foreign policy has repeatedly employed force, covert action, and political manipulation to bring about regime change in other countries. This is a matter of carefully documented historical record. In her book, Covert Regime Change, political scientist Lindsay O'Rourke documents 70 attempted U.S. regime change operations between 1947 and 1989 alone. These practices did not end with the Cold War. Since 1989, major United States regime change operations undertaken without authorization by the Security Council have included, among the most consequential, Iraq 2003, Libya 2011, Syria beginning in 2011, Honduras 2009, Ukraine 2014, and Venezuela from 2002 onward. The methods employed are well established and well documented. They include open warfare, covert intelligence operations, instigation of unrest, support for armed groups, manipulation of mass and social media, bribery of military and civilian officials, targeted assassinations, false flag operations, and economic warfare. These measures are illegal under the UN Charter, and they typically result in ongoing
Can we
violence,
see the evidence of
lethal
that?
conflict, political instability, and deep suffering of the civilian population. The recent U.S. record with respect to Venezuela is also clear. In April 2002, the U.S. knew of and approved an attempted coup against the government. In the 2010s, the United States funded civil society groups actively engaged in anti-government protests. When the government cracked down on the protests, the U.S. followed with a series of sanctions. In 2015, President Barack Obama declared Venezuela to be, and I quote, an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security and foreign policy of the United States. In 2017, at a dinner with Latin American leaders on the margin of the UN General Assembly, President Trump openly discussed the option of the U.S. invading Venezuela to overthrow the government. During 2017 to 2020, the United States imposed sweeping sanctions on the state oil company PDVSA. Oil production fell by 75% from 2016 to 2020, and the real GDP per capita declined by 62%. The UN General Assembly has repeatedly voted overwhelmingly against such unilateral coercive measures. Under international law, only the Security Council has the authority to impose such measures. On the 23rd of January 2019, the United States unilaterally recognized Mr. Juan Guaido as interim president, and a few days later froze approximately $7 billion of Venezuelan sovereign assets held abroad and gave the designated authority over certain of these assets. These actions form part of a continuous U.S. regime change effort spanning more than 2 decades. In the past year, the United States has carried out bombing operations in 7 countries, none of which were authorized by the UN Security Council, and none of which were undertaken in lawful self-defense under the Charter. The targeted countries include Iran, Iraq, Nigeria, Somalia, Syria, Yemen, and now Venezuela. In the past month, President Trump has issued direct threats against 6 UN member states, including Colombia, Denmark, Iran, Mexico, Nigeria, and of course, Venezuela. Members of the Council are not called upon to judge Nicolas Maduro. They are not called upon to assess whether the recent US attack and ongoing naval quarantine results in freedom or in subjugation. Members of the Council are called upon to defend international law, and specifically the UN Charter. The realist school of international relations, articulated most brilliantly by John Mearsheimer, accurately describes the condition of international anarchy as the tragedy of great power politics. Realism is therefore a description, not a solution for peace. Its own conclusion is that anarchy leads to tragedy. In the aftermath of World War I, the League of Nations was created to end the tragedy through the application of international law. Yet the world's leading nations failed to defend international law in the 1930s, leading to renewed global war. The United Nations emerged from that catastrophe as humanity's second great effort to place international law above international anarchy. In the words of the Charter, the UN was created, quote, to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, which twice in our lifetime has brought untold sorrow to mankind. Given that we are in the nuclear age, failure cannot be repeated. Humanity would perish. There would be no third chance. To fulfill its responsibilities under the Charter, the Security Council should immediately affirm the following actions. The United States shall immediately cease and desist from all explicit and implicit threats or use of force against Venezuela.
I just want to say,
The United
international
States shall
law is one
terminate
thing.
its
You
naval
cannot tell
quarantine
another country
and all
about their
related
national
coercive
security
military measures undertaken
assessment
in
and
the
risk.
absence of authorization by the UN
I'm not with
Security
that.
Council.
If the United States feels
The United
threatened
States shall
in any
immediately
way,
withdraw
that's
its
our
military
national
forces
security,
from within
not
and
UN
along the
international
perimeter
law.
of
That's just
Venezuela,
my opinion.
including intelligence, naval, air, and other forward deployed assets.
You can't tell another
positioned
country
for
that.
coercive purposes. Venezuela shall adhere to the UN Charter and to the human rights protected in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The Secretary General, I recommend, should immediately appoint a special envoy mandated to engage relevant Venezuelan and international stakeholders and to report back to the Security Council within 14 days with recommendations consistent with the Charter, and the Security Council should remain urgently seized of this matter. All member states should refrain from unilateral threats, coercive measures, or armed actions undertaken outside the authority of the UN Security Council. In closing, Mr. President and distinguished members of the Council, peace and the survival of humanity depend on whether the United Nations Charter remains a living instrument of international law or is allowed to wither into irrelevance. That is the choice before this Council today. Thank you very much.
I thank Mr. Sachs for his briefings. I now give the floor to Ms. Mercedes de Freitas.
My thing is, the UN does not dictate international law to a sovereign country independently about if the risk that they have national security risk. You can't tell another country not to do something if they feel they're threatened by whatever it is. I don't go with that.
Okay. My apology. I now give the floor to Ms. Mercedes de Freitas.
Good morning. I speak in Spanish.
Good morning, ambassadors, representatives of states and governments. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Good morning. I speak in Spanish. Buenos días, señor.
Good morning, ambassadors, representatives of heads of state and government. Thank you to enable me to tell you something about Transparency Venezuela, the work that we have been doing We have organized I've organized some information I'm going to put forward to you in 5 points.
Bueno, he
Continue.
organizado la información que voy a
I've arranged the information I'm going to give to you in around 5 points. Let me make the most of my time. First of all, one, the corruption in Venezuela is seen in 73 countries of the world. We have organized, we've seen hundreds of cases that we have documented over the years, more than 500, 600 cases in various countries.
Oh, this is messy, right?
Can you hear us?
This is seriously messy.
solo en los sistemas de justicia.
We looked at the justice systems of 30 countries, and 172 cases were dealt with for corruption, and more than $72 trillion were involved. $1 million were involved. This was public Venezuelan money. Nicolas Maduro and his family. The interpreter cannot hear the speaker.
Ha sido el instrumento central, involucrada directa e indirectamente en el.
It was a system that was involved in 90% of the corruption cases. Point number 2. The national criminal organizations. The interpreter cannot hear the speech to provide sufficient interpretation. I apologize.
Soportar, impulsar, proteger y dirigir las operaciones ilícitas.
I think the UN needs a producer. Oh my gosh.
Ms. Freitas. Ms. Freitas. Ms.
$8,000
Freitas.
millones de dólares.
Can you hear us?
Según nuestra estimación.
Ms. Freitas?
De la producción de oro, ¿sí?
Can you hear us? The interpreters cannot hear you. Can you slow down and raise your voice a little bit?
Who said this is supposed to be an astronomy
Hay un
channel?
delay.
I cover everything. I mostly do sky watches and stuff, but this is
There is a
important news.
delay, says the speaker. The problem the interpreter is having is with the quality of the sound, which is insufficient for interpretation. It's not the speed.
Sí, la oigo con delay.
I'm hearing you, but with a delay, says the speaker. I can hear you, though.
Please proceed now.
Unfollow.
Ok, perfecto.
Very well. Point 2. National and international criminal organizations have a symbiotic relationship with the regime of Nicolas Maduro, sharing capacity, using the state structures to facilitate their work and to protect illicit operations in gold, for example, drugs, extortion, and human trafficking. And according to our estimates, this accounts for about $8 billion. Gold, for example, only 20% is reported to the National Treasury. The rest goes to private accounts where there are members and allies with the government. This mining industry has exploited so many people using national parks and also the Amazon area. And then to launder the money from corruption, the network has money laundering structures that are very sophisticated. And since 2021, they've been involved in this work. 3, great corruption has led to a decrease in the income of the state and therefore public expenditure, and therefore affecting the quality of basic services. The current economy is in crisis. There's no money either to service the debt. And Venezuela has been in technical default since 2017. We owe more than $15 million. Four, Venezuelans have had to learn to live with just a few hours of electricity per day in very many parts of the country. And we've learned to protect ourselves from daily extortion from the armed Colombian groups or the organized crime groups, but also elements of the state. So many families only have one meal per day below the calories that they need, affecting their nutrition, which is getting worse day by day. Humanitarian programs are not sufficient. And then 5, there's no checks and balances between government departments. The government has captured all institutions, beginning with the justice institutions and also the oil company responsible for the majority of income for the country. In order to maintain control and the impunity of these illicit operations, a repressive system that's getting worse and worse is being applied. And to date, there are more than 1,000 political prisoners. At the end of the year, 26 people died during torture or because a lack of medical care. United Nations has documented many of these cases. We need a transparent state that is accountable, that will guarantee the rule of law and human rights, that will protect public goods for everyone without privilege, a system that's autonomous and independent. We need investment in building capacity that will enable us to have a dignified life. We must respect the will of the Venezuelan people to live in peace and democracy. And finally, a request to you. Freedom for all political prisoners in the country. Thank you very much.
I thank to Ms. Freitas for her briefing. I now give the floor to those council members who wish to make statements.
Now, here's where it's going to get interesting, when the
I
council
give the
members
floor
start talking.
to the representative of Colombia.
Oh, here we go.
Mr. President, Colombia would like to thank Somalia in your quality as President of the Security Council for having quickly responded to our request to convene this emergency meeting, as well as thanking China and Russia for their support for holding of this meeting. And we wish you, Mr. President, a successful month managing the work of the Council at a particularly delicate time for international peace and security. I'd also like to thank Undersecretary General for Political Affairs and Peace Building of the United Nations and the invited briefers. We thank them all for their briefings. This is the first time Colombia is taking the floor in the Security Council as a non-permanent member for the period 2026-2027. Colombia is taking on this responsibility with a deep sense of duty, and we are going to do this from the first day, defending international law and the purposes and principles enshrined in the United Nations Charter. International peace and security, the peaceful settlement of disputes, the prohibition of the use of force, sovereign equality, respect for the territorial integrity and political independence of all states. Colombia condemns categorically the events that occurred in the early morning of the 3rd of January in Venezuela, where we saw multiple explosions and air activity over Caracas and other areas of the country as part of a military attack carried out by the United States, which included bombings of civilian and military infrastructure, creating panic amongst the population. All of this represents clear violations of the sovereignty, political independence, and the territorial integrity of Venezuela. There is no justification whatsoever under any circumstances for the unilateral use of force to commit an act of aggression. Such actions constitute a serious violation of international law and the United Nations Charter, including the prohibition on the use or the threat of the use of force, the principle of the respect for sovereignty and the full authority of states over their territory, including their natural resources, the territorial integrity of states, and the principles of collective defense, particularly when they directly endanger the population and civilian assets. Defending these principles is not an option. Indeed, it's a common obligation that we have in order to preserve international peace and security. We need to remember that the provisions of the Charter allow for the use of force only under exceptional circumstances, in legitimate defense in the face of an armed attack, or when there is an express authorization by this Council in accordance with Chapter 7. And even in those cases, this does not amount to assuming political control of another state. In this regard, we reject any unilateral military action, any act that could worsen the situation or endanger the civilian population, and we would call for a de-escalation and non-resort to the use of force, which endangers people finding themselves in this delicate situation. They must be the absolute priority. We have learned from our experience that the civilian population is always the one that pays the highest price in armed conflict.
Yeah, your
Mr.
cocoa
President,
is your resource.
Latin America
or
and
your
the Caribbean
cocaine.
have proclaimed themselves to be a zone of peace, and this collective commitment and will of our region must be respected. Unilateral action that is contrary to international law endangers regional stability, increases insecurity, and worsens the already complex conditions being faced by the civilian population, with devastating effects that will transcend the sovereign borders of Venezuela to have a direct impact on countries of the region, such as Colombia. In order to act preventively, Colombia has engaged in measures to protect the civilian population and preserve the stability of the border, addressing the possible needs of the population, particularly the migrant population, in coordination with local authorities. Colombia has been and will continue to be show solidarity in receiving the Venezuelan people who, given the uncertainty created by these attacks, this may lead to a massive outflow of migration, which will require significant efforts in terms of resources and capacities to provide the necessary support and assistance to those areas affected by taking in the migrants. Mr. President, these actions that we have seen remind us of the worst interference in our area in the past, in our zone of peace. And it calls to mind the commitment that we have as states to resolve our differences peacefully through dialogue and negotiation or other forms of peaceful settlement, in full accordance with international law and with its instruments to which we have subscribed at the hemispheric and regional levels, such as the Charter of the Organization of American States. It's also important to understand the dimension of this situation for international peace and security beyond our region, particularly when a permanent member of the Security Council takes the decision to use force and assume control unilaterally of another sovereign state, with the aim, amongst other things, of taking its natural and strategic resources. This is very worrisome for the international community, the international order that was established after the Second World War, and flagrantly violates international law and is in clear contradiction with the United Nations Charter and the very goal for which this council was created. If a country, and particularly a country that is a permanent member of this council, disregards international law that we designed in San Francisco, what then is the role of this council, and where are the foundations for international peace and security? We are accepting that the law and the interests of the strongest prevail over multilateralism and over agreements that we have forged with dialogue and diplomacy in this very chamber. Democracy cannot be promoted or defended through violence or coercion, and it cannot be superseded either by economic interests. Democracy can only be built and sustained through respect for the will of peoples, the reaffirmation of the rule of law, through political dialogue and peaceful and inclusive processes. Venezuela deserves to live in peace, in democracy, prosperity, and dignity, with a government that is defined in sovereignty by no one else than the Venezuelan people and their institutions. This is why Colombia has reiterated its call to open up paths for democracy in Venezuela through specific popular decisions being taken. The importance of preserving peace, respect for international law, and the protection of life and human rights must prevail over anything else. Colombia reaffirms its conviction that working tirelessly under these principles in our new role as a non-permanent member of the Security Council is what we plan to do, and we make ourselves available, good offices available for a diplomatic way out of the current crisis in this brotherly country. We will meet our responsibility, primary responsibility, to maintain international peace and security. And given the seriousness of the events, we will continue to pay attention to this issue. And we'd also like to thank the Secretary General of the United Nations for providing his good offices to defend the purposes and principles of the United Nations Charter, to activate channels for mediation available to him and facilitate dialogue with the parties concerned, looking in the search for alternatives that will make it possible to find a way out of the situation led by Venezuelans themselves and provide assistance to Venezuelans that need this. In conclusion, we'd urge the parties to exercise maximum caution and restraint, to de-escalate tensions, and to follow dialogue and diplomatic channels, and develop mechanisms to avoid continued flagrant violations of international law. This will require the help of the United Nations and of regional organizations. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Isn't it kind of hypocritical when you say you're looking out for the best of the citizens, international peace and security, when you are the major supplier around the world of cocaine? I mean, poisoning countries with that garbage. I mean, give me a break. Give me a break.
Of the Security Council. And second, we wish to welcome the newly elected members of the Security Council. The beginning of this new year shocked all of those throughout the world who cherish the hope that respect for international law and non-intervention in domestic affairs of
Coming
other
from
states,
Russia?
as well as a reliance upon diplomacy and seeking of compromise, became key principles in the work of the new U.S. administration. The assault against the leader of Venezuela, compounded by the deaths of dozens of Venezuelan and Cuban citizens, in the eyes of many, become a harbinger of a turn back to the era of lawlessness and U.S. domination by force.
Now that
chaos,
sounds
and
really
lawlessness,
special coming from Russia.
which continues to afflict dozens of states in various regions of the world. There is no and can be no justification for the crimes cynically perpetrated by the United States in Caracas. We firmly condemn the U.S. act of armed aggression against Venezuela in breach of all international legal norms. In connection with the confirmed reports about the presence of the abducted president of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro, and his spouse in the United States, today, as we are aware, they are in New York, we call upon, corrects the Speaker, the U.S. leadership to immediately release the legitimately elected president of an independent state and his spouse. Any problems existing or conflict between the United States and Venezuela need to be resolved through dialogue. And this is precisely what is enshrined in the UN Charter, the purposes and the principles of which a number of states in recent years have begun to apply selectively, depending upon the political landscape. Today, we are reaping the consequences of their recklessness and selectivity in matters related to respect for the norms of international law, which were linked to the so-called rules-based world order. Here is your rules-based world order in all of its glory, which is horrifying even the staunchest Atlanticists. Mr. President, we extend our firm solidarity with the people of Venezuela in the face of the external aggression. We firmly
And what about Ukraine?
completely support the policy
What
of the
hypocrisy?
Bolivarian
This
government,
is
which is geared
such
towards protection of
garbage.
their national interests and the sovereignty of the country. Washington's aggressive acts have already been condemned by many states and multilateral associations, including the Non-Aligned Movement, the African Union, as well as a group of friends in defense of the Charter of the United Nations. We hope that the international banditry will immediately be met with objective and comprehensive assessment at the international legal level with United Nations, universal mechanisms, and other multilateral formats being brought to bear. This process must not be impacted by the recognition or non-recognition by any given states or groups of states of the legitimacy of Nicolas Maduro. For this reason, unintelligible murmurings and attempts to
Say that about
avoid
Zelensky.
principled assessments
Say
by
that about
those who in
Zelensky.
other circumstances at the mouth and demand that others respect the UN Charter today seem particularly hypocritical and unseemly. We hope you will recognize this, and we hope that you will abandon double standards and that you will not attempt to justify such an egregious act of aggression due to a fear of angering the American global gendarme, which is attempting to once again rear its head. We are particularly appalled by the unparalleled cynicism with which Washington did not even attempt to conceal the true aims of its criminal operation, namely the establishment of unbridled control over Venezuela's natural resources and the assertion of their hegemonical ambitions in Latin America. In this way, Washington is generating fresh momentum for neocolonialism and for imperialism, which were repeatedly, decisively condemned and repudiated by the peoples of this region and by the global South as a whole. Distinguished colleagues, under these circumstances, it is exceedingly important for the entire international community to unite and to definitively reject the methods and tools the methods and tools of U.S. military foreign policy, which have been demonstrated in the case of Venezuela. This is the only way it is possible to compel Washington to revisit and to abandon their dangerous misconceptions. As we stated during previous meetings on Venezuela, the bell now tolls across the region, ringing for every country of the Western Hemisphere. The bell is ringing for all UN member states and for the future of the organization itself. Failing to hear this call today is tantamount to projecting cowardice and a lack of principle, essentially blessing ongoing encroachments of international law and rejecting civilized international conduct as a whole. We cannot allow the United States to proclaim itself as some kind of a supreme judge, which alone bears the right to invade any country, to label culprits, to hand down and to enforce punishments, irrespective of notions of international law, sovereignty, and non-intervention. Is this the world we sought to attain as we marked the 80th anniversary of the adoption of the Charter of the United Nations, when we all signed on to the relevant Security Council presidential statement? Is this the aim of United Nations reform, which we all advocate? Or has the United Nations and Security Council thereof, do they no longer exist? And is there need now to seek from Washington a patent to rule, so to speak? And is it the self-determination of every person and their right to determine their future worthless? These are the questions that we all must address today. And if this response is sincere, if it is principled, then perhaps the U.S. leadership, too, which openly is asserting intention to run another country for the benefit of the United States, they will perhaps glance at their own constitution, their constitution of the United States, which begins with the words, "We the people of the United States," and will begin, in fact, to recognize the sovereignty of other states rather than deposing inconvenient regimes. Thank you.
That is the most hypocritical bullshit I've ever heard. Them talking about us when what they're doing in Ukraine. And this is why people need to stop supporting Russia. They are our fucking enemy. And I hope the president is paying attention to what Russia's representative just said, because this is bullshit. This is why. And people fall into it.
Regarding the United States military strikes on Venezuela. And thanks USG DiCarlo for reading out the briefing of the Secretary General Guterres. I have listened carefully to the statements of the briefers, and we welcome to this meeting the permanent representative of Venezuela and representatives of other countries. On January the 3rd, the United States blatantly launched large-scale military strikes against Venezuela, forcibly seized Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife, and took them out of the country. It claimed that it will run Venezuela and even didn't rule out launching a second round of military operations on an even larger scale. China is deeply shocked by and strongly condemns the unilateral, illegal, and bullying acts of the U.S. For some time now, the international community has repeatedly expressed grave concern over the U.S. sanctions, blockade, and threats of force against Venezuela. The Council convened 2 emergency meetings, during which Secretary General Guterres, many Council members, and countries in the region and beyond unanimously called for abiding by the UN Charter and the international law, maintaining calm and restraint, resolving disputes peacefully, de-escalating tensions, and safeguarding regional stability. However, as a permanent member of the Council, the U.S. has disregarded the grave concerns of the international community, wantonly trampled upon Venezuela's sovereignty, security, and legitimate rights and interests, and seriously violated the principles of sovereign equality, non-interference in internal affairs, peaceful settlement of international disputes, and the prohibition of the use of force in international relations. These principles constitute the fundamental tenets of the UN Charter and form the cornerstone of maintaining international peace and security. The U.S. has placed its own power of multilateralism and military action above diplomatic efforts, posing a grave threat to peace and security in Latin America and the Caribbean, and indeed internationally. China firmly opposes this, and the international community has also expressed widespread grave concern and strong condemnation. we urge the U.S. to heed the overwhelming voice of the international community, abide by international law and the purposes and principles of the UN Charter, cease infringing upon the sovereignty and security of other countries, stop toppling the government of Venezuela, and return to the path of political solutions through dialogue and negotiations. We call on the U.S. to ensure the personal safety of President Maduro and his wife and to release them at once. We support the Council in fulfilling its primary responsibility to maintain international peace and security, and we support all efforts by the UN Secretary General, regional countries, and organizations that contribute to promoting dialogue and de-escalating the situation. President, the lessons of history are a stark warning. Military means are not the solution to problems, and the indiscriminate use of force will only lead to greater crisis. The U.S. bypassed the Council to launch military operations against Iraq, blatantly attacked Iran's nuclear facilities, and imposed economic sanctions, military strikes, and even armed occupations on multiple countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. These actions have caused persistent conflict, instability, and immense suffering for the ordinary people. Did these actions bring peace and stability? Did they bring development and prosperity? The international community sees this clearly. Venezuela is an independent sovereign state with every right to defend its sovereignty and national dignity. Countries in Latin America and the Caribbean are important forces in maintaining world peace and stability and promoting global development and prosperity, and they have every right to independently choose their development paths and partners. No country can act as the world's police, nor can any state presume to be the international judge. China firmly supports the government and people of Venezuela in safeguarding their sovereignty, security, and legitimate rights and interests. We firmly support the regional countries in upholding the status of Latin America and the Caribbean as a zone of peace. We demand that the United States change its course, cease its bullying and coercive practices, and develop relations and cooperation with regional countries on the basis of mutual respect, equality, and non-interference in international affairs. China stands ready to work with the regional countries and the international community to strengthen solidarity and cooperation, uphold fairness and justice, and jointly support peace and stability in Latin America and the Caribbean. I thank you, President.
I thank the representative of China for the statement and now give the floor to the representative of Liberia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the A3 members, namely the Democratic Republic of Congo, Somalia,
Have a great one, John.
and my own country, Liberia. We thank the presidency for promptly convening this important meeting. We congratulate Somalia on assuming the presidency of the Security Council this month and warmly welcome all new members. The A3 appreciates USG DiCarlo's comprehensive briefing and listened carefully to the remarks offered by civil society representatives. We also welcome the representative of Venezuela and the representatives of the region to this meeting. Mr. President, the A3 aligns itself with the recent communiqué of the African Union on the situation in the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela and continues to monitor developments there with deep concerns. In particular, we note reports regarding the detention of President Nicolas Maduro and his wife and incidents involving Venezuelan institutions. Such developments present serious challenges not only to Venezuela's internal stability, but also underscore the imperative to safeguard the broader peace and security of the region. The A3 remains steadfast in its commitment to the fundamental principles of international law, including the full respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of states as enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations in the interest of regional stability and international peace. We believe these are essential foundations for international cooperation and peaceful coexistence. Our position underscores the importance of dialogue, the peaceful settlement of disputes, and respect for constitutional and institutional frameworks. Mr. President, the complex situation in Venezuela requires a comprehensive response that is both inclusive and nationally owned. We continue to hold that a sustainable and peaceful resolution can only be found through constructive dialogue among Venezuelans themselves, with genuine respect for the aspiration and rights of the Venezuelan people, and with the constructive support of the international community. The A3 expresses its solidarity with the people of Venezuela and reiterates the African Union's commitment to peace, stability, and mutual respect among nations and regions.
I'm going to just come into here for a second. It's obvious there is a narrative going on here with international outrage and disdain for what happened in Venezuela. What I'm looking for is to see what's remaining of our allies say, pro or against, or are they going to support the United States? It's going to be interesting to see what the UK saying, other of our other allies sitting around that table. That's what I'm looking for. And that's why it's important.
The A3 stands ready to support all efforts within this council and in cooperation with regional partners to facilitate a peaceful, inclusive, and lasting resolution to the situation in Venezuela. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Liberia for the statement.
I really hope the
And now
president
give
was watching
floor
the
to
Russian
representative of the United
delegate say what he said. I hope the president is watching.
Mr. President, thank you
Here we go.
for chairing. And I particularly want to thank you, Mr. Freitas, for your briefing. And I'll point out that Mr. Freitas is in exile, having fled the regime. Thank you for your courage, and thank you for shedding a light on the true atrocities of the illegitimate Maduro regime. This past weekend, colleagues, the United States successfully carried out a surgical law enforcement operation facilitated by the U.S. military against two indicted fugitives of American justice, narco-terrorist Nicolas Maduro and Celia Flores. Colleagues, Nicolas Maduro is responsible for attacks on the people of the United States, for destabilizing the Western Hemisphere, and illegitimately repressing the people of Venezuela. As Secretary Rubio has said, there is no war against Venezuela or its people. We are not occupying a country. This was a law enforcement operation in furtherance of lawful indictments that have existed for decades. The United States arrested a narco-trafficker who is now going to stand trial in the United States in accordance with the rule of law for the crimes he's committed against our people for 15 years. A similar action was taken in 1989 against Manuel Noriega. He was arrested, indicted, convicted in a court of law, served in prison in the United States and in Panama, and the Panamanian people, the American people, are safer for it. And undeniably, the region was more stable. This law enforcement action was directed consistent with the President of the United States' responsibility as Commander-in-Chief to protect Americans at home and abroad against a fugitive who is directly responsible for narcoterrorism that has killed hundreds of thousands of Americans and created destabilizing violence throughout our hemisphere. Nicolas Maduro and his co-defendant, Celia Flores, have been transferred here to the United States to stand trial for their crimes. Maduro was indicted by a grand jury in the Southern District of New York and faces very serious criminal charges.
Like the Honduras
for his
president that was
involvement
pardoned, by
in
the way.
a wide-ranging conspiracy to conduct narcoterrorism, to traffic cocaine and other drugs, and conducting international weapons trafficking. The overwhelming evidence of his crimes will be presented openly in U.S. court proceedings. Colleagues, Maduro is not just an indicted drug trafficker. He was an illegitimate so-called president. He was not a head of state. For years, Maduro and his cronies have manipulated Venezuela's electoral system to maintain their illegitimate grip on power. In fact, just 2 years ago, in 2024, a UN panel of experts report found that the election in that year was absolutely and completely a farce and fell well short of the most basic transparency and integrity measures essential to upholding credible elections. If the UN and the United Nations in this body confers legitimacy on an illegitimate narco-terrorist and the same treatment in this charter of a democratically elected president or head of state, what kind of organization is this? We should note that over 50 countries, many nations, including the European Union, including a number of Latin American countries in the region, and of course the United States, again, over 50 countries rejected the legitimacy of Maduro's re-election following the disputed 2024 elections and do not recognize him as Venezuela's legitimately elected president. Maduro unlawfully refused to peacefully cede power after the Venezuelan people voted him out of office in the 2024 election. So therefore, Maduro was a fugitive from justice. He is the head of a vicious foreign terrorist organization, Cartel de los Soles. This regime-sponsored enterprise coordinates with and relies on other vicious criminal organizations, namely Tren de Aragua, again, among others, to carry out its objective of using illegal narcotics as a weapon against the United States. And for its part, Tren de Aragua is a designated foreign terrorist organization with thousands of members, many of whom have unlawfully infiltrated the United States and are conducting irregular warfare and undertaking hostile actions against the American people and against the United States. It's terrorizing criminals commit brutal crimes, including murders, kidnappings, extortions, and human, drug, and weapons trafficking. This administration, President Trump, will not stand for it. In fact, in March of 2025, President Trump declared that Tren de Aragua is quote, Tren de Aragua is undertaking hostile actions and conducting irregular warfare against the territory of the United States, both directly and at the direction, clandestine or otherwise, of the Maduro regime in Venezuela. Maduro and his cronies have partnered with some of the most violent and prolific drug traffickers and narco-terrorists in the world for decades, facilitating the flood of illegal drugs coming in the United States, estimated to be several hundred tons annually. He has become rich, incredibly wealthy, off the misery of untold numbers of Americans, Venezuelans, and others, aiding and abetting international terrorist organizations like Hezbollah, coordinating with corrupt Iranian officials, and other malign actors to influence not only the region, but to malignly influence the United States. In fact, in its own 2025 World Drug Report, the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime identified Venezuela as a key trafficking route in the Western Hemisphere for illegal drugs, predominantly cocaine, entering the United States and increasingly Europe. As Secretary Rubio stated just yesterday, this is the Western Hemisphere. This is where we live, and we're not going to allow the Western Hemisphere to be used as a base of operation for our nation's adversaries and competitors and rivals of the United States. You can't turn Venezuela into the operating hub for Iran, for Hezbollah, for gangs, for Cuban intelligence agents, and other malign actors that control that country. You cannot continue to have the largest energy reserves in the world under the control of adversaries of the United States, under the control of illegitimate leaders, and not benefiting the people of Venezuela, and stolen by a handful of oligarchs inside of Venezuela. But it doesn't stop there. Numerous UN and international human rights organizations have issued reports documenting serious human rights abuses by the Maduro regime, including reports of extrajudicial killings, political prisoners, torture, and arbitrary and unlawful detentions. In fact, over 8 million Venezuelans have fled the country, destabilizing their neighbors in the region and creating the world's largest refugee crisis. Members of this council, colleagues, the United States wants a better future for Venezuela. We believe a better future for the people of Venezuela and for the people of the region and the world is stabilizing the region and making the neighborhood that we live in a much better and safer place. And this is why millions of Venezuelans that have fled this brutal regime are celebrating and cheering around the world as this body pontificates, including those celebrating are including in my home state of Florida, where hundreds of thousands of Venezuelans have fled this regime's brutality. I want to reiterate, President Trump gave diplomacy a chance. He offered Maduro multiple off-ramps. He tried to de-escalate. Maduro refused to take them. President Trump made it clear that the narco-terrorism must stop, and yet it continued. The United States will not waver in our actions to protect Americans from the scourge of narco-terrorism and seeks peace, liberty, and justice for the great people of Venezuela. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the United States and now give the floor to the representative of Panama.
Gracias, señor.
Thank you, Mr. President. We'd like to extend a warm welcome to the representatives of Bahrain, Colombia, Liberia, Latvia, and the Democratic Republic of Congo, and who have joined the Security Council as elected members and who are joining us today in the chamber. And we congratulate Somalia on assuming the presidency of the Security Council this month. We'd like to thank Under Secretary General for Political Affairs, Rosemarie DiCarlo, for her detailed report representing Secretary General Antonio Guterres. She's briefed us on the situation under discussion today. We're also very grateful for the very valuable presentations by Mr. Jeffrey Sachs and Ms. Mercedes de Freitas. In this context, the Republic of Panama would like to refer to the situation that has taken place in the territory of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, which is of concern due to its possible impact on peace and regional stability. However, in the light of the unfortunate reality of the facts that we have seen, we now need to turn our attention constructively towards the future of Venezuela. However, it's important to point out that in terms of a constant principle of our foreign policy, Panama would like to reiterate our unfailing commitment to multilateralism, to the sovereignty of states, and to the unrestricted respect for international law, especially the principles enshrined in the United Nations Charter, including non-intervention, respect for territorial integrity, and the prohibition of the use of force. This is mentioned in Article 2 of the United Nations Charter. These principles are, and they continue to be, the indispensable framework for the peaceful coexistence between nations. Panama also believes it's necessary to highlight that the situation Venezuela is facing is unfolding in an environment marked by the disregard for the will of its people, as well as by a sustained erosion of democratic institutions. In this regard, Panama reiterates that it does not and will not recognize the authoritarian and illegitimate regime that has held Venezuelan men and women hostage, plunged them into one of the gravest political, social, humanitarian, and security crises in our region. Unfortunately, we have witnessed how the situation has gradually deteriorated under the regime, especially over the last year, with increased systemic erosion of democracy, the hollowing out of institutions, and the rise of authoritarian and repressive practices, which have contributed to an unfortunate outcome and therefore cannot be ignored by the international community. In particular, it is essential to call for the unconditional release of persons detained for political reasons. Many of them have been deprived of their liberty merely for raising their voices in a context in which dissent is not tolerated. From this moment on, we must demand that all political prisoners that the regime continues to hold hostage, Venezuelans and foreigners alike, be released without delay. Their physical well-being and safety must be guaranteed. Likewise, freedom of expression and the unequivocal respect for human rights must be immediately ensured.
Seems like Panama's got
In
our
this
corner
context, Panama
so far, right?
underscores that its position does not stem solely from a principled democratic solidarity, but also from direct impact. A Panamanian citizen, Mr. Olmedo Núñez, remains arbitrarily detained in Venezuela without formal charges, without due process, without full access to a defense, and without effective consular
It's all about
guarantees.
the canal, too.
Added to this is the human impact of a multidimensional crisis that has forced around 9 million Venezuelans, men and women, to leave their homes, compelled to live in displacement and vulnerability as a consequence of the institutional and social collapse generated by the regime. A crisis that has had significant regional repercussions, reflected both in the irregular migration flows from south to north of a significant number of Venezuelan nationals, as well as reverse migration movements including also a lot of Venezuelans, the effects of which are felt particularly in countries of transit and destination that this affects, including Panama. And this has decisively contributed to illegal migration. In the face of this reality, Panama issues a clear and firm call for Venezuela's short-term future to be fully democratic. Power emanates from the people, and as stated by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Panama, José Raúl Molino, the people, the true sovereign, have already spoken at the polls, granting an indisputable victory with 70% of the votes on July 28, 2024, to the opposition candidate, Mr. Edmundo González Urrutia, as well as to Maria Corina Machado, who was prevented by the regime from running despite having won the primary with 93% of the votes on October 22, 2023. Additionally, the popularity of both has increased in recent months, including among police and military sectors. The elected government has the teams and work programs ready to be implemented immediately, guaranteeing an orderly transition that provides the rule of law, respect for human rights, and confidence. In line with this commitment, Panama proudly safeguards the electoral records that reliably certify said victory as testimony to the inalienable right of the Venezuelan people to determine their own political destiny. Recognizing any authority other than that of the elected president would amount to legitimizing electoral fraud, normalizing authoritarianism and undermining the universal principle of free elections as the source of legitimacy. Likewise, any attempt to establish a permanent government headed by figures from the repressive apparatus, such as Delcy Rodriguez, would constitute continuity of the system and not
It's
a
in
genuine
the
transition.
Venezuelan constitution that when there's a change in leadership, they're supposed to hold elections within a certain amount of time. I don't know if it's 60 or 90 days. It's something like that. There needs to be elections that are held right now in Venezuela because of what happened. That's the way it's supposed to be.
Community, including the United Nations and regional mechanisms such as the Organization of American States. Panama does not wish and would like to avoid a scenario in which Venezuela's reality simply evolves into a change from one crisis to another, one crisis replacing another. There can be no genuine transition with Madurismo if it remains, or if we have the same power structures preserved under new names. Any arrangement that keeps figures associated with the repressive apparatus at the center of governance would, in practice, constitute continuity of the system and not a real transition. Comparative experience shows that merely nominal transitions tend to prolong conflicts, intensify migratory flows, and perpetuate regional instability to the detriment of international peace and security. Panama will always stand in solidarity with an orderly and democratic transition process, anchored in the popular will already expressed at the polls on July 28, 2024, aimed at restoring democratic institutions through an interim period strictly limited in time, the sole purpose of which is to create the conditions necessary for the effective exercise of the Venezuelan people's right to self-determination. As a country that recovered its democracy and sovereignty, Panama can state clearly that there can be no peace without legitimacy, nor legitimacy without democracy, and that every democracy is ultimately based on respect for the popular will. Mr. President, Panama, due to our commitment to multilateralism and international law, in its capacity as member of the Security Council, will continue to contribute responsibly to collective efforts aimed at preserving peace, strengthening democracy, and supporting legitimate and sustainable solutions anchored in the sovereign will of peoples and respect for international law. Thank you very much.
I thank the representative of Panama for the statement and now give the floor to the representative of Latvia.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the outset, I would like to congratulate Somalia on assuming the presidency of the United Nations Security Council in January, and wish you all success. Latvia takes its seat on the Council with a profound sense of honor and responsibility for this role. And let me thank Under-Secretary General Rosemary DiCarlo for today's briefing on behalf of the Secretary General, and I thank the invited briefers. The Security Council bears primary responsibility for the global efforts to uphold peace, security, and rule of law worldwide. Latvia recalls that under all circumstances, the principles of international law and the UN Charter must be upheld. All efforts now focus on ensuring de-escalation and stability in Venezuela based on inclusive dialogue and broad societal support. Latvia encourages all relevant actors to prioritize diplomatic efforts and work collectively towards a peaceful, democratic, and sustainable future for Venezuela. Latvia stands in solidarity with the people of Venezuela and their right to freedom and democracy, rights that were not respected by the Maduro regime during 2024 presidential elections and before, and which remain unmet to this day. The regime of Nicolas Maduro was rooted in mass repression, corruption, organized crime, including drug trafficking, and posed a grave threat to security of the region and the world. It has repeatedly violated the UN Charter and undermined international law, including through open support for Russia's aggression against Ukraine. The Maduro regime does not represent the will of the Venezuelan people and has relied on widespread, systematic repressions of human rights across the country to maintain power. 8 million Venezuelans have been forced to flee the country since 2014. Latvia also remains committed to working jointly together with partners to counter global transnational organized crime networks, including in Latin America and Caribbean. Such criminal activities place the lives of countless people at grave risk, particularly women and children. Addressing these challenges requires sustained cooperation in full respect of international law. Latvia continues to closely monitor the situation in Venezuela and stands prepared to continue working with its partners to support a peaceful, democratic, and just transition that reflects the aspirations of the Venezuelan people. And I thank you.
I thank the representative of Latvia for her statement and now give the floor to the representative of Denmark.
Thank you, Mr. President. And let me also thank Under-Secretary General DiCarlo for her briefing on behalf of the Secretary General. We also listened carefully to the briefing by Ms. de Freitas and Mr. Sachs. Mr. President, Denmark joins the Secretary General in expressing deep concern over the evolving situation in Venezuela. Since this Council met to discuss the situation 2 weeks ago, we have seen a drastic escalation, culminating in a large-scale military operation on January 3rd. At our last meeting, Denmark urged all actors to strictly adhere to international law and to de-escalate tensions and exercise the necessary restraint. Today, we echo the Secretary General in his concern regarding the worrying implications of this military action. Independent of the situation in Venezuela, these developments constitute a dangerous precedent. International law and the UN Charter, as a pillar of the international security architecture, must be respected by all states. Denmark recalls the foundational principle of international law that forbids states from threatening or using force against another state's territorial integrity and political independence. This imperative is enshrined in Article 2, Paragraph 4 of the UN Charter. Members of the UN Security Council have a special responsibility to uphold these principles. The principles of sovereignty, political independence, and territorial integrity must be respected. The inviolability of borders is not up for negotiation. These are universal, sacrosanct principles enshrined in international law. They apply everywhere. Mr. President, once again, Denmark calls on all parties to urgently de-escalate tensions that could threaten peace and stability in the region and beyond. International disputes should be settled by peaceful means, as stated in the UN Charter. We further call on all parties to exercise maximum restraint and to engage in dialogue and diplomacy. Denmark takes note of official statements from the United States government stating that the military operations are to combat drug trafficking and stem the illicit flow of illegal narcotics. Denmark shares the priority of combating organized crime and drug trafficking, while reiterating that counter-narcotic efforts, as all other efforts, must be conducted in strict accordance with international law, including the fundamental rules and principles of the UN Charter. Mr. President, against this backdrop, Denmark wishes to recall our solidarity with the people of Venezuela. Denmark does not recognize Nicolas Maduro as the legitimate president of Venezuela following the lack of transparency and integrity in the 2024 presidential elections, which failed to meet basic democratic standards. In Maduro's attempts to cling to power, his authoritarian regime grew increasingly oppressive. His regime bears responsibility for widespread and systematic violations of human rights against his fellow citizens, and he should be held accountable. The victims of the Maduro regime's alleged crimes against humanity have to be heard. The Venezuelan people have a right to democracy and self-determination exercised through peaceful, inclusive, and credible democratic processes, free from fear of political persecution, intimidation, or repression, and external political interference. This includes the rights of Venezuelans alone to determine their political, economic, and social future without coercion, pressure, or manipulation by external actors. No state should seek to influence political outcomes in Venezuela through the use or threat of force or through other means inconsistent with international law. Venezuela's future can be decided only by the Venezuelans. We call on all parties and stakeholders to come together for a negotiated and peaceful transition to democratic rule in a process led by and owned by Venezuelans. At this critical and uncertain time, it is imperative that all parties fully respect human rights and international law. Denmark remains committed to supporting Venezuela and the aspirations of its people on its path to lasting political stability. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Denmark for her statement and now give the floor to the representative of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, President. I congratulate Somalia on the assumption of the presidency of the Council for the month of January. And I thank our briefers for their remarks. Colleagues, the Venezuelan people have suffered for years. This Council now meets at a pivotal moment for Venezuela's future. Maduro's actions created extreme levels of poverty, violent repression, and failing basic services. His regime's rule precipitated a displacement crisis affecting the whole region. The United Kingdom has long been clear that Maduro's claim to power was fraudulent. To date, Venezuela's National Electoral Council has failed to publish the full results of the July 2024 presidential elections, and independent domestic and international reports also observed significant irregularities and a lack of transparency. President, The United Kingdom wants to see a safe and peaceful transition to a legitimate government that reflects the will of the Venezuelan people. They deserve a government which reflects their vote at the ballot box and delivers a more stable, prosperous future for all Venezuelans. Finally, President, the United Kingdom reaffirms its commitment to international law and the principles enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations. These foundations are essential for maintaining global peace, security, and the rule of law. I thank you.
That's it from the UK.
Representative
That's
of the United
it.
Kingdom for his statement, and now give the floor to the representative of France.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. First and foremost, I wish to congratulate you upon your presidency of the Security Council during the month of January. I also wish to thank Madam Rosemary DiCarlo for having conveyed to us the information from the Secretary General of the United Nations on the recent developments which have taken place in Venezuela. Mr. President, France has continued to stand in solidarity with the Venezuelan people as they face the crisis that has been plaguing them for far too many years. Specifically, and in particular, since the summer of 2024, on the 20th of July, 2024, the Venezuelan people exercised their right to vote peacefully in order to shape the future of their country. Their right to choose their leaders, nonetheless, has been stripped away from the people by Nicolas Maduro. Must we recall the facts? The electoral process has been was marred by numerous irregularities, and the final counting of votes was marred by a flagrant lack of transparency. In light of the democratic aspirations of the Venezuelan people, Nicolas Maduro has systematically responded with the repression of dissident voices, of members of the opposition, and of civil society, as well as with numerous arbitrary detentions. France has always expressed itself with clarity about the fact that these practices are unacceptable and that respect for human rights must be upheld. Mr. President, the military operation which has led to the capture of Nicolas Maduro runs counter to the principle of peaceful dispute resolution and runs counter to the principle of non-use of force. The proliferation of violations of the Charter of the United Nations and of violations of international law by states vested with responsibility as permanent members of the Security Council chips away at the very foundation of the international order. Contravening the principles of the Charter, including the principle of respect for independence and the territorial integrity of states, undermines the foundation of the United Nations and weakens international peace and security. France remains faithful and committed to respect for the Charter of the United Nations and of the principle of peaceful dispute resolution. We have an obligation to uphold these principles at all times and in all places. Respect for these principles is indispensable. Mr. President, France wishes to reiterate our commitment to respect for the will of the Venezuelan people. The transition which is currently being opened up for Venezuela needs to be peaceful and democratic and carried out in a manner which respects the choice of the Venezuelan people, a sovereign people. This transition must be led by and for the Venezuelans. France stands ready, alongside states in the region and our partners at the European Union, to uphold dialogue with a view to the restoration of the free, democratic expression in Venezuela. We stand ready to support regional stability. This also needs to be the role of the Security Council. Thank you.
I thank the representative of France for the statement, and now give the floor to the representative of Bahrain.
Sayyid Rais, أود بداية.
Mr. President, I wish to take this opportunity to congratulate first and foremost the Federal Republic of Somalia on its presidency of the Security Council during this month of January. We wish you every success. We also take this opportunity to thank delegations whose mandate at the Council ended, namely Algeria, Guyana, the Republic of Korea, Sierra Leone, as well as Slovenia. We wish to thank them for their significant contributions to the attainment of the goals and the mission of the Council. I also wish to thank Madam Rosemary DiCarlo, Undersecretary General for Political and Peace-Building Affairs, for her valuable briefing related to the latest developments which have taken place in the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, and I wish to thank other briefers as well. We appreciate the reaffirmation by His Excellency the Secretary General of the United Nations, reaffirmation of the commitment to the fundamental principles of the Charter of the United Nations, a commitment to the peaceful diplomatic resolution of disputes. The Kingdom of Bahrain supports the call of the Secretary General for all stakeholders in Venezuela to engage in inclusive dialogue which guarantees respect for international law, and this in order to ease tensions, to preserve regional stability, and to avoid any potential adverse repercussions for security and stability in the region. The Kingdom of Bahrain also extends its support for efforts undertaken at the regional and international levels in order to reduce tensions and to enhance diplomatic means in order to provide for international peace and security. The Kingdom stresses the importance of the promotion of international cooperation in order to support all regional and international efforts which are geared towards combating international organized crime, trafficking in drugs, as well as scourges which are related to this. This undermines the stability of societies, undermines achievement of sustainable development. Therefore, these issues need to be dealt with in accordance with international relevant conventions. By way of conclusion, the Kingdom of Bahrain reaffirms our support for regional and international efforts to achieve a political, lasting solution in the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. This needs to be achieved through regional cooperation and with respect for national sovereignty. The goal is to provide for security and stability in Venezuela, to avoid risks of conflict and division, to protect civil peace, and to contribute to the preservation of regional security and stability, as well as international peace and security. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Bahrain for the statement and now give the floor to the representative of Pakistan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Allow me to begin by congratulating Somalia on its assumption of the presidency for this month and assuring you of my delegation's full support and cooperation. We welcome the new members joining the Council. I thank Undersecretary General Rosemary DiCarlo for reading out the remarks of the Secretary General and the valuable briefing. We also take note of views shared by Mr. Jeffrey Sachs and Ms. Mercedes de Freitas. I welcome the participation of the permanent representative of Venezuela alongside the representatives of other countries from the region and beyond in the meeting. Mr. President, Pakistan views the recent developments in Venezuela with profound concern. In a world already beset by multiple crises, escalating tensions and instability in the Caribbean do not augur well for regional and international peace and security. The UN Charter enjoins us to refrain from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state. The UN Charter also binds member states to sovereign equality, non-interference in the internal affairs of others, and settlement of international disputes by peaceful means. Unilateral military action contravenes these sacrosanct principles and the doctrine of sovereign immunity. Such actions set dangerous precedents that risk eroding the foundations of the global legal framework. They also fuel instability, which, as history has shown time and again, can lead to unpredictable and uncontrollable outcomes for years to come. Mr. President, at this critical juncture, the path forward must be one of dialogue and diplomacy. Durable solutions to political differences can only be found through peaceful means, with full respect for the will of the Venezuelan people, free from any external interference. We hope that Latin American and the Caribbean region, as a zone of peace, will remain free from conflict and confrontation and continue its march towards enhanced regional cooperation and improved prosperity for the people. We urge all parties to exercise maximum restraint, de-escalate tensions, pursue peaceful coexistence, refrain from any actions that could exacerbate the volatile situation, and engage in dialogue, including by utilizing the sincere offers of mediation. The good offices of the Secretary General also always remain available for that purpose. Lastly, Mr. President, I affirm Pakistan's commitment to contributing constructively to the discharge of the Security Council's primary responsibility for addressing the threat to international peace and security by diffusing tensions, promoting Pacific settlement, and upholding respect for international law and the UN Charter. Peace and stability of Venezuela and the welfare and prosperity of its people, with full ownership, must be the overriding objective of all efforts. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Pakistan for the statement and now give the floor to the representative of Greece.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the outset, I would like to congratulate Somalia for assuming the presidency of the Council for the month of January, and I would like to welcome the newly elected members joining the Council. I would also like to thank USG DiCarlo for her briefing on behalf of the Secretary General, as well as Mr. Sachs and Ms. De Freitas for their remarks. Mr. President, Greece is closely monitoring developments in Venezuela. We urge all actors to exercise maximum restraint and to refrain from actions that would deepen the crisis and undermine prospects for peace and stability. Greece reiterates that the Charter of the United Nations and international law, including human rights law, must always be respected. We also recall the obligation of all parties to protect civilians, especially in times of heightened tensions. Greece shares the priority of combating transnational organized crime and drug trafficking, which pose a significant security threat worldwide. We reiterate that these challenges should be addressed through sustained cooperation in full respect of international law. Mr. President, Greece firmly believes that dialogue and diplomacy are the only viable tools for a peaceful transition and a sustainable resolution of the crisis. We join the Secretary General in encouraging all actors in Venezuela to engage in inclusive and meaningful dialogue in full respect of human rights, democratic principles, and the rule of law. We have long been clear that Nicolas Maduro's and illegitimate president's claim to power lacks legitimacy. Greece has not recognized the results of the rigged elections of July 28, 2024, and has always supported initiatives aimed at achieving a democratic solution for Venezuela. We stand firmly with the people of Venezuela in their pursuit of a democratic future, and we express the hope that the recent events will lead to this effect. The voices of all Venezuelans need to be heard, and they deserve governance that reflects their will through peaceful and inclusive processes. In this spirit, we will continue to support efforts aimed at achieving a peaceful, negotiated transition that ensures the will of all Venezuelans is fully respected. Greece stands ready to support all regional and international efforts aimed at the peaceful resolution of the crisis in line with the Charter of the United Nations and international law. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Greece for this statement and now give the floor to the representative of Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Before coming to the substance of our statement today, I think we need to make an institutional clarification. We note with concern that an attempt is being made to present to the Security Council a supposed representative of civil society, a person whose public career trajectory bears the hallmarks of sustained funding from foreign governments and transnational corporations. This has been the case for years, as well as participation in processes of political destabilization and the promotion of institutional breakdown in her own country. The instrumental use of this person to legitimize narratives of confrontation, justify the use of force, or minimize violations of international law does not contribute in any way to the purposes of this Council or to the strengthening of multilateralism. On the contrary, it erodes the credibility of the debates and distorts the Security Council's mandate entrusted with the maintenance of international peace and security. Mr. President, on January 3rd, 2026 is a date of profound historical significance, not only for Venezuela, but for the international system as a whole. On that day, the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela was the target of an illegitimate armed attack lacking any legal justification by the government of the United States of America, which included bombing of our territory, the loss of civilian and military lives, the destruction of civilian infrastructure, essential infrastructure, and the kidnapping of the constitutional president of the Republic, Nicolas Maduro Moras, and the First Lady Cilia Flores. Venezuela comes before this Council today with a deep conviction that international peace can only be sustained if international law is respected without exception, without double standards, and without selective interpretations. The events of January 3rd constitute a flagrant violation of the UN Charter perpetrated by the US government, in particular the violation of the principle of sovereign equality of states, of the absolute prohibition of the use or threat of use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state, as enshrined in Article 2, Paragraph 4, and a violation of the duty to settle disputes by peaceful means. Similarly, these acts also seriously violate the Geneva Conventions and protocols, as indiscriminate attacks were carried out against the civilian population and assets. International human rights law has also been violated, particularly the right to life, personal integrity, and security. Of particular seriousness is the kidnapping of the President of the Republic by the government of the United States of America, which constitutes a direct violation of an essential norm of the international legal order, namely the personal immunity of heads of state in office. This immunity is not an individual privilege. It is an institutional guarantee that protects the sovereignty of states and the stability of the international system. Its disregard not only affects Venezuela, but also sets an extremely dangerous precedent for all states represented in this chamber, regardless of their size, power, or alliances. Mr. President, General Assembly Resolution 3314 clearly defines as an act of aggression the bombing of the territory of one state by the armed forces of another state, as well as the invasion or occupation, even without formal annexation. The events we are denouncing here unequivocally fit this definition. In 2004, the International Court of Justice affirmed that occupation exists when a state exercises effective control, even without formal annexation or the continuous presence of troops. Security Council Resolution 242, for its part, emphasizes that the acquisition of territory by force is inadmissible, while General Assembly Resolution 2625 establishes that the territory of a state shall not be subject to military occupation as a result of the use of force in contravention of the UN Charter. Allowing such acts to go without an effective answer would amount to normalizing the replacement of law by might, while eroding the very foundations of the collective security system. Today, it is not only Venezuela's sovereignty that is at stake, the credibility of international law, the authority of this organization, and the validity of the principle that no state can set itself up as a judge, party, and executor of the world order are also at stake. Mr. President, we cannot ignore a central element of this U.S. aggression. Venezuela is the victim of these attacks because of its natural resources. Our country's oil, energy, strategic resources, and geopolitical position have historically been factors of greed and external pressure. When force is used to control resources, impose governments, or redesign states, we are faced with a logic that harks back to the worst practices of colonialism and neocolonialism. Accepting such a logic would mean to open the door to a deeply unstable world in which countries with greater military capacities can decide by force the political and economic destinies of other states. This scenario not only threatens Venezuela, it threatens international peace and security as a whole. If the kidnapping of a head of state, the bombing of a sovereign country, and the open threat of further armed action are tolerated or downplayed, the message sent to the world is a devastating one, namely that the law is optional and that force is the true arbiter of international relations. Venezuela firmly believes in diplomacy, dialogue, and peaceful coexistence among nations. That has always been our historical position, and it remains so today, even in the face of an aggression of this magnitude. It is precisely that commitment to peace, the one that was violated on the 3rd of January. Therefore, Venezuela urges this Security Council to fully assume its responsibility and to act in accordance with the mandate conferred upon it by the Charter of the United Nations. In that regard, we request, A, that the government of the United States of America be demanded to fully respect the immunities of President Nicolas Maduro and First Lady Celia Flores, as well as their immediate release and safe return to Venezuela. 2, that the use of force against the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela be clearly and unequivocally condemned. Thirdly, that the principle of non-acquisition of territory or resources by force be reaffirmed. And 4, that measures aimed at de-escalation, the protection of the civilian population, and the restoration of international law be adopted. Mr. President, in spite of the seriousness of the events, Venezuela would like to inform this body and the international community that its institutions are functioning normally, that constitutional order has been preserved, and that the state exercises effective control over all of its territory. In accordance with our Constitution, Executive Vice President Delcy Rodriguez is being sworn in as acting President of the Republic, thereby guaranteeing institutional continuity, stability, and internal peace.
What about elections?
We wish to convey a message of serenity, confidence, and hope to the Venezuelan people. Venezuela is a nation that believes in peace, work, and dignity. Our commitment is to diplomacy and law, and the law is firm and unwavering. We defend our sovereignty without renouncing our values. We bet on dialogue without accepting imposition. We believe in a future of coexistence, development, and mutual respect among nations. We trust that this Security Council will rise to the historic moment facing humanity and choose the path of legality, collective responsibility, and peace. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. I'll now give the floor to the representative of Argentina.
Buenos días.
Good morning, and thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, the government of the Argentine Republic values the decision and determination demonstrated by the President of the United States of America and by his government in the recent actions taken in Venezuela that resulted in the capture of the dictator Nicolas Maduro, leader of the Cartel of the Suns, declared a terrorist organization by Argentina in 2025, the same year in which Argentina also declared the Tren de Aragua a terrorist organization. The Argentine Republic trusts that these events represent a decisive step forward against narco-terrorism that affects the region, and at the same time open a stage that will allow the Venezuelan people to fully recover democracy, the rule of law, and respect for human rights, in accordance with the principles of international law, and put an end to the oppression exercised for years by the authoritarian regime that plunged the Venezuelan people into poverty and forced 8 million Venezuelans to have to flee their country. Mr. President, the illegitimate regime of Nicolas Maduro has not only constituted a direct threat to Venezuelan citizens through the systematic violation of human rights, the appropriation of the country's resources, and the destruction of democratic institutions, but also to the entire region by leading and exporting its networks of drug trafficking and organized crime. Since the inauguration of President Javier Milei, Argentina has been clear and consistent in its position regarding this situation. We have unequivocally denounced the lack of freedoms and the serious human rights violations, and we have actively contributed with the determination and responsibility to international efforts aimed at the return of democracy in Venezuela. In March 2024, when others opted for inaction or ambiguity, Argentina granted diplomatic asylum to 6 Venezuelan opposition leaders, assuming an enormous challenge for our representation in Caracas. Subsequently, after denouncing the fraudulent nature of the result announced in the 28 July 2024 elections and recognizing Edmundo González Urrutia as president-elect, Argentina was expelled from Venezuela. Our embassy, where the asylum seekers remained, was subject to a permanent siege. Despite these pressures, the Argentine Republic maintained its unwavering conviction to continue denouncing the situation in Venezuela and to act in every available international forum so that Venezuela could once again embrace freedom and democracy. Mr. President, this is not the first time that Argentina has addressed this Security Council regarding the situation in Venezuela. On the 23rd of December last, we expressed our deep concern over institutional and humanitarian deteriorating situation, noting the effects of the illegitimate regime of Nicolas Maduro transcended the domestic sphere and negatively affected regional stability, constituting a concrete threat to hemispheric security. In the same vein, President Milei stated at the Mercosur summit that Argentina welcomed the pressure from the United States aimed at freeing the Venezuelan people. Today, the international community faces a new scenario that poses a dual challenge: to support a genuine democratic transition in Venezuela and to contribute to the lasting restoration of peace and security in our region. Faced with both challenges, the Argentine Republic stands ready and willing to cooperate. We reaffirm our firm commitment to the full restoration of institutional normalcy and the rule of law in Venezuela, always safeguarding the freedom, human dignity, and prosperity of the brotherly Venezuelan people, as well as our determination to continue fighting against the scourge of narco-terrorism and those who contribute to its financing. The process that begins today requires the firm and coordinated commitment of all those countries that have accompanied the Venezuelan people in their long struggle, so that Venezuela can leave behind more than 2 decades of political, humanitarian, and social crisis, and can finally be reunited with freedom, democracy, respect for human rights, and economic prosperity. Mr. President, finally, the Argentine Republic requests the authorities responsible for administering the transition in Venezuela contribute to the immediate release of the Argentine citizen Nahuel Gallo, who has been in a situation of enforced disappearance.
All right, I'm going to cut in. I think we got the gist from the main players involved here, especially when you're dealing with China, Russia, Venezuela, United States. I'm surprised that the UK kept their statement so short. And you could tell what Denmark's angle was, because they're in control of Greenland and they're worried about the sovereignty of Greenland. That's why they voiced that specific opinion coming from them. So You can see our allies in South America pretty much supporting us because of Maduro and what he was doing there in that country. And does anybody really respect what goes on in the UN? Does the UN have really any significant power? It's a paper tiger, in my opinion. They can make statements all day long. The United States is on the Security Council, the permanent member. Hold on, I'm keeping an eye on. And like I said, there are certain countries that ally with Venezuela. It's such hypocrisy when I heard what Russia had to say. I was like, are you serious? Are you really serious saying what you're saying in regards to a sovereign country invading, attacking a sovereign country when what are you doing in Ukraine? They tried to get their hands on Zelensky, but they didn't. That might change now. Zelensky has to be a little bit more concerned that Putin is just going to not try to get him now and say he's illegitimate, he's a criminal. Charge him for the T. I'm on TikTok, so I gotta be careful. The T word activities. Oh, there goes my delivery. Walmart's in front of my house. Like literally right now, someone's delivering my stuff. Look, this is actually right now in front of my house. They're delivering my order. But the president look, there's many ways to look at this. Many ways. And like a friend said in chat earlier, the Monroe Doctrine, security in the Western Hemisphere. Though I believe Mexico should have been the primary. Because a lot of people are saying this is about Venezuelan resources, the oil, the minerals, etc. You know, if you're really going to make that objective and use that argument, it's drug related with the cartels, then Mexico should be on the top of that list. There's no doubt about that. So, you know, depending on your perspective on what's going on and how this all went down, changing the regime. But here's the problem. The interim president is pretty much throwing cold water on this whole thing. The United States is going to run Venezuela, or the United States policy is going to run Venezuela. Based on what I heard the delegate say and what she's saying, I'm not seeing that. Because the only thing that was removed was Maduro. Everybody else is still in place in that government. So what really changed? Unless something's going on behind the scenes where she's saying one thing. But then again, why would the president say, if she doesn't fall in line, we're coming after you too? So does that mean there could be another strike in Venezuela to remove her? Is that what we're going to do? Until we get somebody in there that's suitable to what we want to go on in Venezuela? I don't know. It's a valid question. And to discount. Now, see, I was reading about it. It is in the see, he didn't say it, the Venezuelan delegate. He did not say it. Because she was, by the court, there, she was made the interim president. But that's not necessarily how it goes in Venezuela in their constitution. I was posting it in the YouTube chat. This is actually in their constitution. In Venezuela, when there is a change in leadership, the constitution mandates that new elections must be held within 30 days if the presidency becomes vacant. But, however, if the vacancy occurs within the last 2 years of the presidential term, the National Assembly can appoint an interim president. And in that case, until elections are held, which must occur within 60 to 90 days, depending on the circumstances. Now that opens up a whole rabbit hole there, but they're supposed to hold elections now. And who's going to monitor those elections, like Jim said? Who's going to be the one to monitor to make sure that it's an election that isn't considered to be rigged? So there's a lot of questions here on how this moves forward. And Colombia definitely needs to be concerned. The president said, and I'm paraphrasing, he's a sick person. And I think Colombia is on that list. I would say Mexico would be on that list, no? If it's the drug aspect of this. Because Mexico that's where the vast amount of the drugs are coming into the United States. And mostly through points of entry, like I've been showing people for the last few weeks. So this is, and like I said, to hear Russia say what they said, I hope the president was watching and heard what the Russian delegate said. This is the person you're trying to create peace with in the Ukraine, yet they just totally threw us against the wall and said, you're this, you're that. They were the harshest of all the delegates. Even China, you know, we strongly condemn it, but the Russian delegation, what he said, I was like, what? This is absurd. This is so hypocritical, considering what you want to do with your old Soviet bloc and try to take it back piece by piece, and doing what they're doing in Ukraine, and who knows what else is on their radar. I mean, really? You're going to throw that to us and say what we're doing? That was such hypocrisy. I was like, I couldn't believe what I was hearing from the Russian delegate. And I hope the president is paying attention. I mean, that was so blatant what that delegate said. I was like, oh, really? Really? Oh, gosh, yes. And I don't want to say it, but I had prior knowledge to that, Jim, and I was hinting at it for months. Did I not hint that? I just couldn't say anything because someone told me that that was the case. I was hinting it. But that's obvious. It is pretty obvious that, you know, our intelligence was there. It's pretty obvious. Totally unready. Is anybody else having issues with? Oh my gosh. No, Jim. Let me see what else everybody's saying. This is going to complicate the potash crisis. This is going to complicate a lot of things. I'm more convinced than ever that China is going to move on Taiwan now. They're going to say, look what the United States did. Disregard. Look, they disregarded international law. We consider Taiwan a part of the homeland. And we're taking it back. And that's what somebody said on TikTok. And I've been saying it. What is the precedent that this sets moving forward? Exactly what my friend John said, the Monroe Doctrine. We're going to take care of the Western Hemisphere, what's going on in the Americas, China with Asia. Who knows what Russia's going to do with NATO? That they're on their own, pretty much. You could see where the foundational blocks are being done here. Because, you know, pretty much Europe is on their own. They're on their own. I don't know, like with this whole NATO alliance thing, yes, it's going to be an international upheaval. You can see what the big powers are doing here. And like Greenland's on, I mean, they're talking seriously about Greenland. Did you see, I saw a meme, Memeland with the United States flag draped all over it. I was like, the United States, I was like, whoa, we're going to move on Greenland? Oh, no, not now. Maybe in 2 months. Oh, no, talk to me about that in 20 days. He said that yesterday. Ask me in 2 months. or in 20 days. I was like, whoa, we're gonna move in on Greenland? Like that? That's what it seems. That's why the Danish delegate said what she said. And that's why today there was a statement from the Prime Minister in UK airing their support for Denmark and Greenland. So, and yes, there's a fine line about the Iranian, Russian, and China influence in South America. We don't want that shit in our backyard. We have to create a stability here in our area, our neck of the woods, obviously. But this is a tricky situation here. Because like I said, this is complicated. You could look at this from so many different angles and perspectives. It's not simple. Because there's a lot going on here. Cuba may fall. There may be civil unrest in Cuba very soon. Similar to what's going on in Iran, due to the economic woes of the people. Cuba's about to collapse economically. And is that all part of the grand plan? He was asked that question yesterday. Are you going to move into Cuba? Oh, we may not have to do a thing. We may just have, it might just happen on its own. That's what they're betting on. So like I said, there's a lot here going on. A lot. A lot of actions being taken, not only in our country, but globally, have to do with procuring what is needed for AI. It's very possible. Especially when you're talking about the rare earth and other things involved in the resources needed for AI. Yeah, that is definitely, see, again, that's another part of it makes it complicated. This is not, there's more to this than we all realize. This is a global, complicated situation going on here. And yes, Kathy, I agree with you on your point on TikTok. You can only imagine now that Cuba's pretty much cut off, but are they? I'm interested to see if they're going to try to push oil out of Venezuela. Or is the embargo still there? The blockade? We're running the country, right? So what does that mean? Or are we running their policy, as Rubio tried to clear up yesterday? What is it? Are we? Based on what she said yesterday, it doesn't seem so. Based on what their delegate said today, it doesn't seem so. So this is so convoluted and confusing. It's going to be interesting to see the statement, maybe if the president makes it later, about what just happened at the UN, if at all. I would hope he pays attention to the Russian statement. Putin is not your friend. Putin is not your friend. Once he realizes that, Putin, that was the one thing that got me like, really? If he actually literally hears word for word what the Russian delegate said about the United States today, just now, a little while ago. If I was the president, okay, game on now, Russia, game on. Will he react that way? I don't know. I'm curious to see if he mentions anything about what the Russian delegate said today about what happened in Venezuela. I'm really curious. Because that was the harshest one. Bill, don't give him any ideas. Susie. But no, seriously though. I mean, I wish I have it on, obviously we can go back and listen to it, what the Russian delegate said. I was like, wow. The reason Putin is not our friend because we have made him that way. Before Putin, there was Yeltsin. Before that, there was Gorbachev. I mean, do we have to go back to Russian history? Cold War and everything else? Before that? The reason Putin is not our friend because we have made him that way? Has Russia ever been our friend after World War II? Really? That's news to me. We thought after what, maybe during the Gorbachev era and the fall of the Soviet bloc, maybe that might have changed everything. But as soon as Putin took control after Yeltsin, things changed completely again. He wants the old Soviet bloc back. And he said so. He wants to get the Soviet Empire back. So I don't know how that's considered that he was our friend before. Mr. KGB, he wasn't happy with Yeltsin. He thought Yeltsin was a fool. So I don't know about that, Jim. Because we made him that way. That's again, and there's responsibility for multiple administrations here. This is not a Democrat, Republican thing because they all have a hand in it. All of them. When he said that statement, I went to look that up because there was a lot said that I would like to see the evidence and the facts behind what was just said. With the Obama statement from 2015 on Venezuela. And going back to Bush, there was a lot said there. 70 attempts undermining, creating regime change. 70 since 47? There was a lot said today that I need to do some research and backtrack and see some of this information. Yeah, I think we should do that. We should go back and hear what the Russian... You're right, because a lot of people didn't hear it. I think that's a good idea, actually, what the Russian rep said. I was like, it got me pissed. It did. I was like sitting here squirming about, this guy has the nerve to say this?
And second, we wish to welcome the newly elected members of the Security Council. The beginning of this new year shocked all of those throughout the world who cherish the hope that respect for international law and non-intervention in domestic affairs of
Coming
other
from
states,
Russia?
as well as a reliance upon diplomacy and U.S. administration. The assault against the leader of Venezuela, compounded by the deaths of dozens of Venezuelan and Cuban citizens, in the eyes of many, become a harbinger of a turn back to the era of lawlessness and U.S. domination by force,
Now
chaos,
that sounds
and lawlessness.
really... I gotta clean up my audio because it's playing in the background on another platform. So I'm gonna pause this replay because I hear another audio bleeding through. And now I gotta figure out where it's coming from. Hold on. So I've got multiple windows open here. I think that's just my audio when I was responding. I think that's part of the audio when I was listening to it and I said that. Let me try it again. It could simply be that.
There is no and can be no justification for the crimes cynically perpetrated by the United States in Caracas. We firmly condemn the U.S. act of armed aggression against Venezuela in breach of all international legal norms. In connection with the confirmed reports about the presence of the abducted president of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro, and his spouse in the United States, today, as we are aware, they are in New York, we propose We call upon, corrects the Speaker, the U.S. leadership to immediately release the legitimately elected president of an independent state and his spouse. Any problems existing or conflict between the United States and Venezuela need to be resolved through dialogue. And this is precisely what is enshrined in the UN Charter, the purposes and the principles of which a number of states in recent years have begun to apply selectively, depending upon the political landscape. Today, we are reaping the consequences of their recklessness and selectivity in matters related to respect for the norms of international law, which were linked to the so-called rules-based world order. Here is your rules-based world order in all of its glory, which is horrifying even the staunchest Atlanticists. Mr. President, we extend our firm solidarity with the people of Venezuela in the face of the external aggression. We firmly
And what about Ukraine?
Completely support the policy
What
of the
hypocrisy?
Bolivarian
This
government,
is
which is
such
geared towards protection of
garbage.
their national interests and the sovereignty of the country. Washington's aggressive acts have already been condemned by many states and multilateral associations, including the Non-Aligned Movement, the African Union, as well as a group of friends in defense of the Charter of the United Nations. We hope that the international banditry will immediately be met with objective and comprehensive assessment at the international legal level with United Nations, universal mechanisms, and other multilateral formats being brought to bear. This process must not be impacted by the recognition or non-recognition by any given states or groups of states of the legitimacy of Nicolas Maduro. For this reason, unintelligible murmurings and attempts to
Say that about
avoid
Zelensky.
principled assessments
Say
by
that about
those who in
Zelensky.
other circumstances at the mouth and demand that others respect the UN Charter today seem particularly hypocritical and unseemly. We hope you will recognize this, and we hope that you will abandon double standards and that you will not attempt to justify such an egregious act of aggression due to a fear of angering the American global gendarme, which is attempting to once again rear its head. We are particularly appalled by the unparalleled cynicism with which Washington did not even attempt to conceal the true aims of its criminal operation, namely the establishment of unbridled control over Venezuela's natural resources and the assertion of their hegemonical ambitions in Latin America. In this way, Washington is generating fresh momentum for neocolonialism and for imperialism, which were repeatedly, decisively condemned and repudiated by the peoples of this region and by the global South as a whole. Distinguished colleagues, under these circumstances, it is exceedingly important for the entire international community to unite and to definitively reject the methods and tools of U.S. military foreign policy, which have been demonstrated in the case of Venezuela. This is the only way it is possible to compel Washington to revisit and to abandon their dangerous misconceptions. As we stated during previous meetings on Venezuela, the bell now tolls across the region, ringing for every country of the Western Hemisphere. The bell is ringing for all UN member states and for the future of the organization itself. Failing to hear this call today is tantamount to projecting cowardice and a lack of principle, essentially blessing ongoing encroachments of international law and rejecting civilized international conduct as a whole. We cannot allow the United States to proclaim itself as some kind of a supreme judge, which alone bears the right to invade any country, to label culprits, to hand down and to enforce punishments, irrespective of notions of international law, sovereignty, and non-intervention. Is this the world we sought to attain as we marked the 80th anniversary of the adoption of the Charter of the United Nations, when we all signed on to the relevant Security Council presidential statement? Is this the aim of United Nations reform, which we all advocate? Or has the United Nations and Security Council thereof, do they no longer exist? And is there need now to seek from Washington a patent rule, so to speak? And is the self-determination of every person's and their right to determine their future worthless? These are the questions that we all must address today. And if this response is sincere, if it is principled, then perhaps the U.S. leadership too, which openly is asserting intention to run another country for the benefit of the United States, they will perhaps glance at their own constitution, their constitution of the United States, which begins with the words, "We the people of the United States," and will begin, in fact, to recognize the sovereignty of other states rather than deposing inconvenient regimes. Thank you.
That is such hypocrisy bullshit like I've never heard. They have the gall to say that? Criminal activities of the United States, international law, sovereign country, when what they did to Ukraine? Really? You know what this is about, right? If the United States were somehow and some way now going to flip again and say we're going to support Ukraine with military weapons, they're going to say, see, here's the United States again, doing it again. Now they're doing it here. They're going to use it. They're going to use it. Here goes the United States trying to flex their military muscle to influence a region, blah, blah, blah. This is all a setup by the Russians. This is a fucking setup. And until people realize that and stop the politicizing of it, look at for what it is in face value. Russia could never be trusted. Not right now. You think Putin wants peace? Do you really think Putin wants peace? Hell no. He thinks he's got Ukraine's by the cojones and he wants to move further and take more. Remember, that was his whole even the president said it. If it was up to Russia, they'd take all of Ukraine. The president said that. This is all a political game of chess. And until people realize what the hell is going on globally here, this is not good. Because they can say, I told you so. Look at what the United States is doing now. Though NATO would love it. It's not something Russia would love. But they're going to use it. And the president needs to hear that. Somebody needs to play the Russian delegate's clip to him. And see how they just totally said we're criminals by doing what we did in Venezuela. Invading a sovereign country, immediately release Maduro and his wife, blah, 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 blah. And remember, there is information that Russia tried to get Zelensky, but failed in the initial part. That was the plan, to capture him. So they were going to do it too. It just didn't work out for them. So there's a lot of hypocrisy here, a lot of hypocrisy. And it can spin it really can make your head spin. I'm gonna look this up. Well, there's been many, even plots of trying, in last year, 2 years ago now, trying to take him out. I'm on TikTok, I gotta be careful, to take out Zelensky. Now, Zelensky needs to calm down. Because Putin is facing war crimes. If he lands in certain countries, and Vladimir Zelensky, called for the United States to detain Russian President Vladimir Putin. That's unwise. Stay out of it. He really needs to not get involved in this one. Be quiet on this. I'm trying to see. This is 5 days ago. That's when they allegedly said he attacked Putin's residence. But initially in the beginning, and I can't find it. Yeah, see, this is, I can't find it. It's all about the latest stuff. Okay, here's one. It's hard to find it. And again, this is media stuff. Take it for what it's worth with the media. Just saying. Russian plot to kidnap and do that to Zelensky thwarted. Now that's coming from their end. How do we know that's true? Is that confirmed? Is that something that's credible? Don't know. Don't know. I'm not going to sit here and say that's actually fact or not. Because both sides use propaganda. It's part of the game. I don't know that to be true. Coming from an outlet, I don't know. It's what they said on the Ukrainian side, just like Putin said his residence was attacked by a Ukrainian drone. See how much that's been of worth lately. Even the president dismissed it yesterday. Or was it Saturday? I think it was Saturday. No, I don't think it happened. Yeah, I got more information. I don't think it actually happened. He said that. You predicted this would happen in Venezuela 2 months before it did. But anyone with common sense, Susie, would have seen this coming. It's not like I'm sitting here like I've got some magic premonition stuff. Anyone with common sense would have seen this coming. You know what I mean? Really. This is not a surprise. This shouldn't have surprised many people. You could see that this was building up to this point. You know what I mean? It's not like, I know I said it 2 months ago, but you could see this was coming. And you could see it was about the oil. Is why I even wrote a song about it months ago. Yes, that's the thing. Ignorance is... Here's the latest I just got. Nicolas Maduro and his wife plead not guilty. They were arraigned in court today. Of course they're going to plead not guilty. What do you expect? They're going to plead guilty? It just came in. I could read the article. It just came in. Breaking news on an email of mine. That's where I get a lot of the stuff. I don't watch the news, the media. I don't. I'm going to see what the email says right now. Just got it. Okay, it's coming up on this screen. Let me put it here so I can read it better. I monitored so far. So this was 7 minutes ago. Maduro's lawyer, Barry Pollock, said he is not seeking release at this time on bail, but that he may later. And the judge said, when appropriate, you can make your bail application, because guess what? They cannot freeze his money, his assets. There's a certain law about that. Judge Hellerstein notified Maduro and Flores of their right to confer with consular officials when they are held on federal charges in New York, a right Maduro said they would like to exercise. U.S. law requires foreign nationals to notify their country's nearest consulate. They both entered a not guilty plea. This is what his wife said, not guilty, completely innocent, she said in Spanish when asked by the judge. After being read a summary of the charging documents against him, ousted Venezuelan leader Maduro pleaded not guilty in federal court in New York. I am not guilty, he said in Spanish. I am a decent man. I am still the president of my country. Well, people could debate that. Are you the legitimate elected president of the country? Really? Well, that being said, minutes after today's proceedings started, the judge asked Nicolas Maduro to identify himself. I am the president of Venezuela. I was captured at my home in Caracas, Venezuela. The judge told him that he has the right to an attorney at no cost if he can't afford one, and that he could be released before trial unless there is a reason not to. And then Maduro said, I did not know of these rights, Your Honor. No, I do not know of these rights. Your Honor has informed me of them now, Maduro said. So that's like the latest things that are coming out right now. It's like breaking updates. They are charged in the U.S. with narco-terrorism conspiracy, cocaine importation conspiracy, and weapons offenses. The president also stated that the U.S. is in charge of Venezuela and warned its interim leader to cooperate or pay a very big price. She said she invited the U.S. government to collaborate, but asserted Venezuela has the right to peace, development, and sovereignty, and a future. Trump has also said America will tap into Venezuela's vast oil resources. He has also issued new threats against Colombia, Mexico, Greenland, and predicted Cuba's regime will fall. Pretty much what I said. So that's like the latest generalized things that's going on with that. Also, there's other stuff going on. Because things are getting really dicey in Iran. So the unalived has reached 15 in the protests. And this was a couple of days ago. On Saturday, the Iranian leader came out of his hole and said that the rioters, quote, must be put in their place, end quote. But there is a lot of stuff going on. And right now, it's almost 8:30 in Tehran, about 8:15. And the nighttime has been dicey in Iran. It is, I would advise, and I'm just saying, I watch him on the Tube of the U, 2CTV. And just to give another people another little, this was today. Islamic Republic is in survival mode amid nationwide protests, Iran officials admit. And then before that, Iran's Khamenei has escape plans to flee to Moscow if regime falls amid protests. So again, this is the media putting this out there. But here's an interesting thing that you should see. because this is also connected. And there are images, and I'm going to show you a few. And this is coming out of Reddit, and these are true. These are actual photos. That is the Prime Minister of Israel with his wife and the exiled Crown Prince of Iran, the son of the Shah, the eldest son, that the people of Iran want to return to Iran to take over the monarchy. On the streets of Iran, they're chanting, "Death to the dictator and long live the king." He would be the king, and he is friends with Netanyahu of Israel. Be mindful of that. Establishing peace with Israel. Re-establishing relations with the United States. How does that affect the entire region? Like I was saying the other day, this potentially could be huge if the regime falls. Big if. And there's quite a few images with them together. I'm looking right now and I'm like, whoa. And he's meeting with him. They are like communicating behind the scenes. I mean, here's another picture. I mean, there is some interesting things going on right now. And they met in Saudi Arabia secretly. So the Saudis are involved. You see what's going on in Saudi Arabia right now with Yemen? There's a lot of things going on right now. There's a lot of things in flux. So there's a lot to pay attention to right now. I know the shiny object is on Venezuela right now, but don't pay attention to what else is going on around, because there's quite a bit. I mean, I don't want to ask the A word. And there may be a lot of people turned off by this potential. This was earlier in the year. Look at this is from the Jerusalem Post in June. Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi is a true friend of the state of Israel. This is the person that's exiled, and it goes into detail. So there is a lot of sentiment here. Look, I mean, this is from 2 years ago. 2 years ago. Israel's Netanyahu meets exiled Iranian crown prince in Jerusalem. In Jerusalem! So there's an established relationship between the two. Now, what happens if he becomes the new leader of Iran with his friendship with Netanyahu? Now, I don't know if they would directly recognize the state of Israel, but there are ties between them, which cannot be a bad thing considering the current situation. And like I said, there's a lot going on. A lot. There are pieces moving. People are making moves. Look what's going on in Syria. Like I said, look what's going on in Yemen. don't forget what's going on in Lebanon, because Israel's not holding back. They're still doing their daily routines in Lebanon. That's the thing, Susie. That's the magic. That is the question. It might sound more legitimate for Israel, but what is the inside doing? I told you what, when the president made the announcement about don't you even think about attacking the protesters in Iran, and what he said, and then what the Crown Prince said, I think this was Friday, and what the Crown Prince said was like, whoa. Let me see if I can pull it up. This is what I mean. But will it happen? Who knows? Will the regime fall in Iran? Who knows? And this is, I'm going to see if I can pull up what he said. Right here. So this is what President Trump had said. And this was January 2nd. Yeah, Friday. If Iran shoots, this is the president's Truth Social post. If Iran shoots and violently kills peaceful protesters, which is their custom, the United States of America will come to their rescue. We are locked and loaded and ready to go. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. That was Friday, at 12:19 p.m. Shortly thereafter, the Crown Prince releases this and then puts a picture of back in the day when the Shah was the leader of Iran. And this is what he put. This is Friday. He shows an image of the flags, the Iranian flag with the lion, and U.S. flags flying together. Obviously, this is during the Shah's time in power. President Trump, thank you for your strong leadership and support of my compatriots. This warning you have issued to the criminal leaders of the Islamic Republic give my people greater strength and hope. Hope that at last, a president of the United States is standing firmly by their side. As they risk their lives to end the regime's 46-year reign of chaos and terror, they send me with a responsibility and a message to seek relationship Iran once had with America that brought peace and prosperity to the Middle East. I have the plan for stable transition for Iran and the sort of support of my people to get it done. With your leadership of the free world, we can have a legacy of lasting peace. Now, when he says lasting peace, it also has to do with Israel, obviously. How could it not? So there's a lot going on right now. And you know, just like Jim said earlier, there are intelligence embedded in countries doing what they need to do to get this ball maybe rolling? No? You know the Mossad is probably there. That's evident. So, again, I know all of our, not all, most of our attention is what's going on in Venezuela and what could happen again in Venezuela or Colombia or Mexico or Greenland or the demise of Cuba falling. But don't forget what's going on over there. And people say, what's in it for us? How much should we have invested in spending money, billions, because of Iran? Putting carrier groups in the Persian Gulf, patrolling the Persian Gulf to protect the waterway. Bases everywhere, pretty much, in friendly countries in the Middle East. It's the military-industrial complex part of it, but it's still money spent by taxpayers because of the threat of Iran. So, like I said, there's a lot at stake here. I can pull up another one. The United Arab Emirates pulled out of Yemen. You may not think that's a big deal, but it is. And that's why it opened the door for Saudi Arabia now to go into Yemen. That's why I said you got to also pay attention to the other things that are going on. Saudi Arabia moves on Yemen. Two days ago. I'm just going to pull up anything. See, so Saudi Arabia and the UAE came together against the Houthis in Yemen. They now find themselves at opposite sides in the conflict, with the Saudis backing the internationally recognized government and the UAE supporting the secessionist southern force that took over swaths of the territory. But here's the catch. The UAE said it would withdraw its remaining troops in Yemen. And on Friday, the Southern Transitional Council that sees swaths of southern Yemen made its intention to secede clear, saying its plans to hold a referendum on independence in 2 years. The statement came as Saudi-backed forces fought to recapture areas of the separatists that they seized last month. The crisis is escalating by the day, but what are the Saudis and the UAE doing in Yemen in the first place? So there's a lot going on in Yemen right now with the Saudis. The UAE is out. Saudis cleaning up house in Yemen right now. That's going on. I wonder how the Houthis are feeling right now. And there's, I'm trying to go to, like, let me see if there's any latest news. Look, this is today. Today. Saudi-backed Yemeni forces retake oil-rich provinces from separatists. That is today. Keep your eyes on what's going on around the globe. There's a lot of stuff going on. Like I said, everybody's attention here might be on Venezuela, but there's stuff going on. Look, government hails record success in retaking provinces from separatists backed by the UAE. But remember what I just told you. The UAE has withdrawn its forces from Yemen. So there is stuff going on. It seems like people are making moves. Countries are making moves. They're seeing the shift. Yeah, it's a lot to take in, Kathy. It is. It is. And I said that in a song. Can you believe that? I wrote a song 2 weeks ago and I talked about dominoes falling. Oh my gosh. And I said it would happen at the beginning of the year in the song that I wrote. That's cray-cray. But it's not necessarily the perfect thing I wrote in the song, but I can put the lyrics, and I wrote it. And I am writing a song for the Iranian people, but I'm still working on it. And I actually have it translated to Persian. Look at the lyrics. And I did say dominoes. Look. As one year ends, another begins. Goals reshape global conditions. Propaganda whirls in the wind. There's always propaganda. Fragile peace stands loosely. Conflicts on the brink of war. Leaders watch and listen. Silence as they watch defines their inner core because they sit silently without speaking out about what the hell is going on. Who will stand up and lead? Democracy and freedoms threatened. Dominoes begin to fall as reality sets in. Sovereign countries defeated. I'm looking at this. If we allow the others, I just call it the axis of evil, to do free reign what they want to do. This is looking at Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, etc. The axis of evil has prevailed. The taste of victory in the air. Days of darkness had begun. The drums of war beat loudly as a leader sits by and watches, sitting and smiling proudly. Taiwan is not a problem. Ukraine is not a problem. NATO is not a problem because of the Monroe Doctrine. Days of darkness has begun. Then I go into the whole thing about the Caribbean boat drug hits. Oil is their ultimate goal. Oh, was I right on that one? And then I brought in some facts to back it up based on actual documents. And meanwhile, here at home, there's a lot of economic woes. A lot of people are concerned about healthcare. And it's like, what the hell is going on in our country while all this other shit is going on? So that's exactly what I wrote. I was pretty on point with a lot of it. And like I said, am I a fortune teller? Absolutely not. It's based on research. Facts matter. Documents matter. Not opinion, not speculation, not partisan political opinions. Facts matter. And as an independent, I look at everything. And that's why I think Red Star was in here earlier. It's Mexico. Mexico should be our prime target if we're talking about the drugs. It should be. And I'm going to show you because, of course, I downloaded it. This was released by our government on the international narcotics situation in this country in March, and it was submitted to Congress, but the public doesn't know this. They don't even know. This is an actual government document that I downloaded. Let's go to page 263 because I have it memorized now. It's Mexico. And it pretty much talks about all the countries. All the countries. And how they play a role in the narcotics international. But look at what it says for Mexico. And remember what the vice president said. Well, when asked about fentanyl. Oh, well, cocaine is really bad too. But wait a minute, you said it was about fentanyl. Mexico is the principal source and transit country for illicit drugs trafficked to the United States, including fentanyl, methamphetamine, cocaine, heroin, and marijuana. Mexican suppliers are responsible for production of most fentanyl, heroin, and methamphetamine destined for the United States. Mexico is the largest source country of fentanyl and fentanyl analogs trafficked to the United States. Mexico-based Sinaloa and New Generation Jalisco cartels are the primary distributors of fentanyl and fentanyl analogs in North America. Companies in the People's Republic of China are the largest source of precursor chemicals and equipment used to manufacture illicit fentanyl and other synthetic drugs in Mexico. Mexico. And it goes into the whole thing. Like I said, this is a report by our own government in March. So obviously somebody didn't get the memo or the report. Right? Oh no, that's why I downloaded it, Susie. I always download stuff before it disappears. Oh, I do that. I make sure I grab it before it disappears. Because it will. Just like something else that I got, and I'm not going to get into that because that's a whole different tangent. I try to grab this stuff. As soon as I see it, I grab it because it's actual government documents before it disappears. Because then people convolute it and say, what document? Well, now I can't find the document to prove. It's pretty hard to back something up if you talk about it and you ain't got the documents to prove it, right? And the other one that's pretty big that people don't realize, and I thank God, I hope I bookmarked it, and I brought it up earlier, which is important. And this is another government site. Now, see the report I just showed you? It's mentioned in this. That's how I found it. From this. United States Sentencing Commission. This is an actual government site. Okay? USSC.gov. USSC.gov. This is coming directly from the United States government. Not the media, not any other sourcing, coming from our own government website. It breaks down the sentencing of people that were arrested and charged criminally with the fentanyl. 83.1 of the individual sentences for fentanyl trafficking were men. 41% Hispanic. It breaks down the thing here, but look, the average age. 83.5% were U.S. citizens arrested for trafficking. 83.5% were U.S. citizens. And then it breaks down their sentences, where the top 5 districts for fentanyl trafficking offenses were: Arizona, California, Oregon, Texas, New York. Western New York, which means it's coming through Canada. That's what that means. So Canada has a role in this too, because they're trying to get it through that border and come down. And those are how the people arrested. And like I always tell people, do your own research. Despite what you might see in the media, and that's why when I put all this together, I said, this isn't about the drugs. This is about the oil. Because then I did some research about people in, certain positions and their investment in stock with these oil companies. And I said, whoa, this is a little bit deeper than I thought. Because there's like a trail. If you follow and do the research, you're like, whoa. Okay, so here's another site. It's just cray. I'm trying to read the stats. Okay, right here, because I'm looking at the charts. Where is fentanyl smuggled into the United States? The vast majority of fentanyl is smuggled into the United States at ports of entry. Similar to other drugs, less common means include the other percentage is cross-border tunnels, drones, catapults, and on foot. The vast majority is points of entry. That's how they do trucks and vehicles and persons. Points of entry. This is where the focus should be. Better detection equipment. Just got to do better. We have to do better at the points of entry. We just have to. Look at this. Just 8% of the fentanyl seizures occurred at any other location. The majority of the Border Patrol seizures were vehicle stops, not migrant apprehensions on foot. Who is smuggling it? The majority of fentanyl is smuggled by people who can enter the United States legally. These individuals can evade detection by posing as normal travelers entering or re-entering the United States. As a result, transnational criminal organizations tend to recruit U.S. citizens who receive the least scrutiny. Look at the numbers. Compared to a Mexican national or even other, the vast majority are American citizens. So we need to get the focus on what's really going on here. Entry, fentanyl, smuggling points of entry. I mean, look at this, passenger vehicle, body carrier, commercial traffic. Look at how much is coming through vehicles. Oh my gosh. So again, doing the proper research and getting the proper information is important. It's not coming through boats. The vast majority is coming through the points of entry. Legal points of entry smuggled by U.S. citizens that are working with the cartels in Mexico. Because it's a criminal organized thing that's going on. If you just think about watching an old Godfather movie and when he's like, I don't want to get into that business of the drugs. I don't want, because it was all about gambling, all that. I don't want to get in, drugs is a organized crime industry from people here. Supply and demand. Sadly, there's a lot of people in this country that you have a clientele. And then mixing it with other drugs, and this stuff is obviously deadly and horrific and what it's doing to our country. But we have to get to the true root of the cause of it and where it's coming from. Mexico should be at the top of the list. No? I would think so. Then it would make more sense to me. Because it sure is convoluted and confusing to me. And you know, people could spin it any way they want, but facts matter. Facts matter. Look at this chart where I got the report from. And you're going to see the report. That's how I got the report. What is in the 2025 U.S. government report? Well, that's how I found it. Because I bookmark a lot of this stuff so I don't forget where I get it. Look at this. Mexico, Colombia, China, Peru. Fentanyl, Mexico, China. Mexico, methamphetamine. Mexico, heroin. Colombia, of course, we know, and Venezuela played a role in this, of course, cocaine. But look at the transit hub, Mexico. Destination, United States market. Mexico. Mexico. They're the main ones, Mexico. We got to get to that. That would be my objective. Go after them. Mexico, top of the list. Top of the list. It's all of them. Fentanyl, methamphetamine, cocaine, heroin, all of it. Mexico. And yeah, you could never fully stop it, but you could sure put a major dent in it. And that doesn't even count human trafficking or the undocumented illegals trying to get into our country. Or worse, other bad characters that are trying to get into our country. Where do they have to travel through mostly? The vast majority. Mexico. Mexico is the problem. Yes, Susie, that's the problem. So if we're going to get the real true statistics here, we need to do more. And I mean equipment, the latest equipment for detection of drugs. We need to do more at the border, at the point of entry of these drugs coming in. We need to do better there. We just have to, because it's obvious where it's coming in. Not through tunnels. Of course, there's a percentage, a small percentage coming through the tunnels or other means, but the vast majority is coming through points of freaking entry on tractor trailers and vehicles by U.S. citizens. Because they've worked out a deal with these cartels. At least, a U.S. citizen, less suspicious, but, And who knows? People talk about corruption. And I'm just speculating. Don't you think corruption exists everywhere? Right? Hopefully, the people that are on that border are not getting their pockets lined up either. That are supposed to do their job at the border. They're making a deal. They look the other way. Let it in. They're getting paid. How do we know? We need to do better. And that undermines the people that are doing their job as patriots to defend our country. So there's something going on that we need to look a lot deeper into what's going on at the border. And it's not just about what ICE is doing, it's also about what they need to do with these drugs, because that's all you hear about. Fentanyl, this. Well, do something about it. You know where the point of entry, what's going on. You got the reports, but we don't see or hear about it. Because the focus is on something else. They're putting all the resources on something else. The resources need to be done there. We need to help our border agents prevent the drugs from coming in. Not just undocumented, but the drugs. Put the same energy into that. You talk about it so much. You know where it's coming. You know how it's coming. And it really frustrates you. It really does. It's frustrating. And remember, this is based on that report. Key statistics. Fentanyl from Mexico, 100% using Chinese precursors. Cocaine from Colombia, 90 to 98% enters via Mexico. Cartel production, methamphetamine from Mexico. Look at the numbers. Heroin from Mexico, 90% remaining from 10% from Colombia. So who is the major distributor to the United States? Mexico. On almost everything, if not everything, when it comes to illegal drugs. Mexico. You know what I heard, Susie, what you just wrote? When a U.S. citizen truck driver crosses the border, they just flag them through. Do you know what I saw the estimated time was for them to get through? 20 seconds. Now, I cannot confirm that, but I read that. The estimated time to get that tractor trailer through customs with a U.S. driver is 20 seconds. That means they're, okay, go ahead. What? There's something wrong there. That's why I said you need the state-of-the-art equipment to detect these drugs. They need the best of the best. Invest it. You spend all this other money on all the other shit you're doing. You need to focus money on that border at points of entry to detect through vehicles of the drugs. I mean, you have the dog sniffing thing going on. We need more than that. We definitely need more than that. So when you hear people talking about all this in a political sense, you know, the stuff, the rhetoric that they say, well, you can say all that you want, but the facts say otherwise. You're just putting your own political spin on it to make it seem this side or that side or whatever. Let's look at the facts and see what's really going on. Can we all please do that? Like, for real? For real? Yes, the witch moon there's been a lot of missing people close to us. What did Lorraine say here now? I think he's... Oh, that must have been an old comment she put in now. Oh my God, I got to get off soon because I got to take somebody to work. But like I always say, do the research, dig to the facts, not opinion, not speculation, not partisan opinionated persuasion based on certain media outlets. You need to go and do your homework and go to the sources. Try to get what our government is putting out there. Despite how you view politically about the current administration, try to get what they're releasing on government sites, because it's coming directly from the administration, the government. They're releasing this stuff. You just got to find it. They're releasing this. This report was issued to Congress. They know. They know these stats. They know the truth. Despite what they might say publicly, they know. They know the truth. And it would be nice if someone actually came out in a congressional hearing and put that report on the board and say, look, this is what the report said in 2025, the last one done, that clearly indicates what the status of this drug, the drugs that are coming in from other countries. This is the fact about the point of entry. This is the fact of Mexico being the primary country that's the hub, the transit hub for getting these drugs into the United States. Put the facts on the board so that the American people could see it publicly, so everyone can see it. Not that I had to find this and dig and find it. How many people you think have seen that government report? How many? I bet you not many. I bet you. Because they watch CNN or Fox or whatever news all day long. That's how they get the majority of their information. Because they want to hear what they want to hear. It's important to be objective. Be objective. Do the homework. Do the research. Just don't take somebody's word for it. Do the research. And like Susie said earlier, yeah, I was talking about this for months, the things. I even talked about the soybean before the soybean thing happened. So many things that I was talking about. And it's not like I'm, like I said, a fortune teller. You know what's coming. Anybody that's looking at this from a rational point of view can obviously see what's coming. It's so obvious. I know, I mentioned it long before Thanksgiving. I said I was... So Susie says, he mentioned this long before Thanksgiving. He told us it was going to happen. But you know what the funny thing is? When I'm talking about it back then, you know how many people tuned out? Because they didn't want to hear it. They didn't want to hear it. They tuned out because it's not part of their political opinionated background kind of deal. They tuned out. Well, that says it all. Oh yeah, they stayed on today. Some of them. They stayed on and stuck around today. And I'm not here to upset anyone. That's not my objective, to piss off a Democrat or a Republican or anyone else. I'm just trying to put it out there so people can look at it objectively. Don't take what I say or anyone says. Do your own homework. It's almost like that saying, what's that saying? The verify one? Oh my gosh, it's like, really. That's like saying, yeah, a drone hit Putin's house. Was that verified? Do we have the data to indicate, because we know we have the satellites and all kinds of observations to see that if that actually occurred? Can we wait till we get all? That's like, God forbid, when you see breaking news about an incident happening anywhere in the country and they stop saying things, we don't know the facts yet. Can we at least wait until we have all the facts before we jump to conclusions? Can we get the facts first? No? It's important. Sit back, wait. Wait till the information comes in, regardless of what it might be, but sit back, wait. Don't be impulsive. Wait until we get more information, more facts. Fill in the puzzle pieces here before speculating that it's this or that or this, because that's how the conspiracies start. It's based on, oh, this was what happened. And that's how it all spins. No, that was last week, Dylan. Allegedly, Putin had told the president in a phone call after he met with Zelensky the day before, because he was meeting with Netanyahu that day, that a Ukrainian drone hit nearby his residence, Putin's residence. And the president said, if this is true, I'm very, very, well, I don't know if he said if this is true. I'm very, very angry if this is the case, the true. And then, I think it was yesterday before, he says, it didn't happen. More information came in. It didn't happen. Something may have happened in the distance, but it didn't happen at Putin's residence. He said that yesterday. I think it was yesterday or the day before. He backed off that because he got the information, the data, the intelligence to say otherwise. They must have gave him a briefing and say, Mr. President, this is what actually happened, and there's no evidence what Putin is claiming occurred. And that's why when you get a call before a meeting and after a meeting by Putin, he's trying to put his influence in there. And you know why Putin did it, because he wanted to undermine the peace negotiations going on between the president and Zelensky. And it worked. No? That was his intention, to undermine it and put doubt on Zelensky. Here is a guy that you're working a peace deal, and look what he did. He hit my house. That's to make Trump think now, Zelensky, bad boy, I'm very angry with you. I'm trying to get this peace deal done, and look what you just did. How could you do that after we just had a meeting? That's what Putin wants him to think. No? That's right. There's no sides here. It's only what's right or wrong. And that's the way people should look at things more. What's right and wrong, not from a political lens. Just see things for practical what it is. It's cray-cray. Anyway, I think I've been on long enough. I'm getting messages. This is WhatsApp. Some people are watching and paying attention too, that I'm not aware of. Anyway, do you have any messages of anyone telling you? No, Susie. No, no, of course not. No one gets muted here. Everybody has the right to speak their minds no matter what. We don't play that game here. Now, I might get a little aggravated personally if something. I might get more passionate and you might hear my voice rise, but I'm not going to censor or prevent anyone from speaking their opinions, which is their right to do so, as long as it's respectful. Absolutely not. We're not muting anyone. Like Jim and I, he said, Bill, I hope you're not mad at me because, no. That's what it's about. People being able to put out their opinions, regardless if you agree or disagree. Right? That's the way it should be, right? Yeah, everybody has been respectful on TikTok. And over there too, everywhere today. Everybody's been. So, this is the first time, Kathy, you see me live? I got somebody earlier that said, I thought this was an astronomy channel. I'm unfollowing you. I said it. Yeah, I do a lot of sky watching and gaming and music. But today, what happened with that UN security meeting, I thought was important for people to see, to get informed about what's going on. So I did it. You know? Oh, you only know me from Mr. Producer, Bishop James Long? Yeah, I'm Mr. Producer. I'm the guy with the apple juice, Kathy. Oh my gosh, I don't want to make fun because he'll get on me. Haven't you not heard him say, oh, Mr. Producer must have been drinking the apple juice? Like if I mess up during his production of his show, oh, there goes Mr. Producer. He must have had some apple juice, which I would never do while working, ever. But that would be me. And then like Mr. Producer's dancing. Yeah, I am. Playing the drums, yeah. He's right. He would be telling the truth. And then I got Dylan, that I could kind of trust before he goes to night prayer or Bible study, that he's not going to snitch on me. Oh my gosh. But we enjoy each other's company, no matter what platform it is. We all, no, I trust you, Dylan. Believe me, if you did, the bishop would tell me. Maybe. I don't know if he'd give up his sources. He's mad cool people. And I feel for him when the trolls go after him, boy. But, I would just ignore them. Don't even give them don't even address them. Yesterday was bad. Just ignore them and let your mods handle it. Because that's what they want. They want to push his buttons. Yeah, he gives them attention. And he really shouldn't, because that's what they want. That's just my own opinion. That's exactly what they want. And throw him off and get him all agitated and excited and, get his mind off the focus of what he's going to discuss on a show. So, anyway, I got to get off. I got to take somebody to work. Love to everyone. Hopefully peace on earth, peace on earth. And I always pray, regardless, I always pray for our president, who is the leader of our country. And prayers for all those people in the armed forces that protect us and secure us. And that goes along with all the people out there, law enforcement, first responders, the truck drivers that help to the supply for all of us in this country. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. So many people providing for all of us. Remember that. And it doesn't matter if you agree on certain things or not. Just remember, there is a certain amount of respect. Like I said, you may not agree or disagree. I mean, you may agree or disagree, but I will always have respect, regardless. Because once I lose respect for myself. It's thrown out the window. I'm going live later. I have a live show from 9 to 10. But then I may be back later because I got to take somebody to work. But I need to rest because I've been streaming for how many hours now? 4+. Anyway, love and light to everyone. And I'll see everybody later. Susie, I hope you feel better. I know you're going through a lot. And Kathy, it was great seeing you for the first time. Dylan, hope you're not working too hard and too many hours. Because he probably is in West Virginia. And Susie's in Texas, and yeah, I'm getting messages. Anyway, love to all of you.